Good morning all and welcome to the Falkirk Council Planning Committee meeting held in the Grangemouth Community Education Unit 69 to 71 Abbots Road, Grangemouth on Wednesday 19th of August at 10 a.m. This meeting will be conducted both online and in person in accordance with section 43 of the Local Government Act Scotland 2003. I am Councillor Ralph Kelly, Ward 3, Backnock and Denny, and convener of this meeting. First of all, I would like to welcome our newest member to the committee, Councillor Devine. I'm sure your input will be appreciated by us all and you will enjoy planning. I will now ask the other members of the committee to introduce themselves. First, committee members in the room. Can I begin with Mr. Forrest? Councillor Forrest.
Sorry, Councillor Gordon Forrest, Lower Braes Ward.
Councillor Robert Spears, elected member for Grangemouth.
Bailey James Kerr, member for Lower Braes.
Provost Robert Bissett, I'm a councillor for Falkirk North Ward.
Councillor Ian Sinclair, Falkirk North Ward and Deputy Convener.
Councillor Stacey Devine, Bowness and Blackness.
Thank you. And members online. Councillor Murtagh, would you like to kick off?
Councillor Laura Murtagh from Carsconnell and Trice Ward.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Fiona Colley for Denny Banknock.
Bailey Kerr. Bailey Buchanan.
Bailey William Buchanan, Bonnie Bridget, Parker Lambert. Thank you.
Okay, thanks all. We also have officers in the room to my right, beginning with Stephen.
Stephen McClure, I'm a planning officer.
Ryan McDonough, planning officer.
Senior planning officer.
Brown, Acting Development Management Coordinator.
Richard Broadley, Senior Planning Manager.
Morning, Ian Henderson, Legal Services Manager.
And on my left,
Jim Miller, Committee Services Team Leader.
Lee Fraser, Committee Services Officer.
Gemma MacArthur, Committee Services Officer.
Okay, thanks everybody. We have other officers online for support if we need them. Now to the business of the meeting. Are there any apologies?
Thank you, Convener. We have none submitted. Thank you.
Declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. I will start by saying I will be recusing myself from agenda item 6 for the reason I've previously objected to be taking part in the discussion and decision-making process, even though I am now an elected member and still a resident affected by this operation. Do we have any other declarations of interest? Smith. Billy Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. Just can I put an apology in for Councillor Flynn? He just messaged me now there to say that he's unable to attend.
Thanks a lot for that. Okay, agenda item 3 is the minute of the meeting of the Planning Committee held on the 20th of June 2026. Are there any questions regarding this minute? Can we agree the minute?
Great.
Okay. Can I just say, we've quite a hefty agenda today, and we don't normally expect to do this, but any site requests, so that no one is inconvenienced, be sitting all day waiting for an item coming up and it going to sites. So is there any request for sites? Bailey Kerr.
Agenda item 7, convener. Construction of dwelling house associated development site to the south of Bayways, Glen Road, Torwood, for Mr. Peter Hogan. We've been in that site before. Well, adjoining. I just want to see the characteristics where the existing PPP is compared to where the two houses at the corner were given under delegated powers, to see how far the distance is between this application, if possible.
Thanks, Billy Kerr. Do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second.
Thanks, Bailey. Buchanan. Is anyone otherwise minded? Councillor Spears?
Do you want questions on each
No,
item
just
at present?
anyone wishing to have a site visit. It's to save people sitting in the gallery all day and then going to sites. Okay. Is there anyone on that one? Okay. Is it? Councillor Murtagh?
Yes, Convener, I'm slightly confused as to the call-in request because we did change our procedure very recently to ensure that all site requests should come before committee, and it was revised down to only 2 members. But as I recall, there were no members who've requested prior to the committee that this is going to sites. So you know, on one hand, I feel if elected members really wish to go to sites, you know, and that they can only make a decision on that basis, then it's not that I wish to be obstructive of that, but we do have the procedure for a reason. It is a procedure that was agreed by council, and therefore we're all bound by it. So I'd like to ask why it is that we're having, you know, even being asked, I suppose, to go whether we want to go to sites, because there is a procedure that is supposed to be there that prevents this, or that it discourages it at least.
Yeah, well, first of all, due to the holidays, there was a problem with that. People were on holiday, and when there were a call for sites, it was missed, possibly because some people were on holiday. Secondly, yeah, we have the preferred method is for someone to call in a sites visit and have it seconded. Have 2 people call in site visits, and that's ideal. We can do it the Monday before. It means there's no slowing down of the process, but we still have the right at any time for any member to call it in if necessary. But normally, I hope everybody realises that this is how it works now. But thanks for your input.
Can I just say, Convener, however, I think that if our teachers turned up on the first day of term and then said, you know what, I didn't know the deadline for calling in, for helping our constituents, our pupils, for putting in an appeal was going to be this close to whatever, and I have not prepared for it, we would find that completely unacceptable. Recess is not a wall-to-wall holiday. Things happen for the council all the way through, including our planning list all the way through. It's not an acceptable excuse to say that because we were on holiday we might not have seen it. And I think that, Convener, we have to be clear that it does make a mockery of the procedure. What is the point in having the procedure if we're not going to adhere to it? And it feels a little bit like at the moment, if members of the planning committee wish to disregard a decision of council, then that's what we can do. And I think that I want to make that point, that I'm not adverse to our right to call things in, but for example, if we heard an application and still decided that we needed to go to sites because the information which planning officers provided at that time wasn't sufficient, then that I don't have a problem with that. But okay. I'm really concerned. So I just want to make that point.
Can I just ask, are you opposing the site visit?
At this stage, I don't see the point in taking up more of the committee's time, but I do object to it. Yeah, thanks. I do object to it.
And can I just ask, Mr Henderson, what's the legal position regarding this?
Thank you, Convener. Yes, I'm in the hands of the committee members. You as Convener have looked at the agenda and considered that there are a number of deputations towards the tail end of the agenda, which is a relatively lengthy one. So I think your thought is at this point to just check whether or not there is a request for sites, which would then allow parties to then be relieved of sitting through the rest of the meeting. So entirely in the committee's hands, but it's available to the committee to take a view on sites at this point. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, so does anyone, do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Spears. Oh, sorry, you did, Billy Buchanan.
Yeah.
Seconded it already, thank you. So we're going to cite that one. Just to say to anybody who's here for that item 7, Epworth Gardens, it won't be discussed today, so you can leave if you want or stay. You're more than welcome. Next. Sorry, Councillor Forrest, you've been on a long time.
Thank you. My apologies. I agree with the new procedure. However, I think on this occasion, I put in for a site visit. The request was within the last 10 days of the recess, and many of us were still on holiday. I returned and found it there. So I would quite like to have a site visit for item 9, which is P260130 PPP, Epworth Gardens in Reading Muirhead. I think that this could be very beneficial to all, and given the large number of objections, I think I would be satisfying the public for that one.
Thank you, Councillor Forrest. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Forrest?
Happy to second. Happy to second, Convener.
Thanks, Bailey Buchanan. So that's item. Councillor Spears.
Because site visit for agenda item 8, 14 flatted dwellings and a class 3 retail unit at 58 Graham's Road.
Before we move on to that item, I have a comment on the previous item.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Spears?
Happy to second, Councillor Spears.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'll bring in Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Convener. I have a note that Councillor Forrest moved a site visit on item 9, which is land to the south of Epworth Gardens, which was seconded by Bailey Buchanan. Just for clarity, I'm taking it as read that these are requests for unaccompanied site visits to view the physical characteristics. And I think just as a check, was anyone otherwise minded to item 9 having a site visit?
Convener, I was, and I tried to indicate at the time that I was.
Sorry, Councillor Murtagh, are you proposing that we don't have a site visit?
I propose that we do some sort of compromise, because I'm aware that there are people here who have come and are ready to make a deputation, and I realise that it's item 9, which is our last item of the lengthy agenda. Again, I'll not go back on the points that I've previously made, but I'm not sure, personally, I'm not sure what the benefit of a site visit is when it's really clear from the plans and from going on Google Earth or whatever that what the characteristics of the site are. If we brought the item forward to item 1 or to the first item we heard, and we heard the deputation and we heard the officer's report, and then we still felt as a committee that we didn't have enough information to make the decision, then I'd be happy to go to sites if that's how the committee feel. But I feel that, again, why are we proposing to go to sites for something? People are sitting here. Why don't we do it that way instead? Personally, I don't think we should have a site visit, is my general feel, because it's very clear what the site characteristics are. But if that's what the committee wanted to do, I think that'd be a better way forward, personally.
We could do that. We could wait until we actually reach the item. But for instance, in item 9, we're going to have someone sitting here perhaps for 3, 4, maybe even 5 hours because it's a heavy agenda today. And that'd be very unfair on them.
But what I'm saying is it is item 9. Therefore, why don't we bring it forward and alter the agenda to hear it first? And then if after hearing it, we still require a site visit, then we can have a site visit. But I would be confident that what we would hear and what we might hear from the plans would be sufficient for us to be able to make a decision. And we know that it's just costing everyone, including, the council, more to delay applications all the time.
I would say perhaps that it'd be better discussing this offline with the committee. It's part of the committee's remit. But I'll put you on to Mr. Henderson just now, everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh, is that an amendment to the motion or a site visit?
It is an amendment to the motion to go to sites, that we bring forward item 9 to hear it first, and then consider whether we go to sites based on information that we hear.
Thank you. That being the case, is it a matter that there is a seconder for that amendment?
No, doesn't seem to be.
And I think if members are minded not to second the amendment, that isn't considered. So there's a motion before the committee. Is there, noting the dissent of Councillor Murtagh, is there general agreement on a site visit for item 9?
Agreed.
Thank you, convener.
Thank you. So that's Deputy.
Convener, I'm willing and prepared to hold off until the consideration of Councillor Spears' suggestion, which has been seconded by Bailey Buchanan, is complete. So, Councillor Spears brought forward a motion to go to sites for item 8, which I believe was seconded by Bailey Buchanan. I'm happy to hold off until that part of the meeting is complete before I come in with some comments.
I'm not sure what's happening there now. Yeah, I'll put that to.
So we have introduced an item in relation to sites, and there have been 2 site requests moved and agreed for items 7 and 9. And I think as part of that process, Councillor Spears has moved a site visit, presumably on an unaccompanied basis, for item 8, which is land at the south of 58 Graham's Road in Falkirk. And Bailey Buchanan, have you seconded the
Yes,
motion
indeed.
for sites?
Yes.
So we have a motion, and again, as per the previous item, it's available for other members to make an amendment to that motion should they wish.
Is it an amendment? No. Okay, thank you.
So I think on that basis, there is general agreement that there would be a site visit for item 8. Thank you, convener.
Okay, thank you. So that is item 7, construction of the dwelling house and associated development at the site to the south of Byways, Glen Road, Torwood, will be a site visit. So anyone who's here as a deputation, you won't be here today, unfortunately, and you can leave if you wish, or you're more than welcome to stay. Similarly, with item 8, which is construction of 14 platted dwellings in a Class 3 retail unit with associated works at the land to the south of 58 Graham's Road, Falkirk. Again, similarly. And item 9, development to land to the south of 36 Epworth Gardens, Readymuir Head, from Mr. Robert Donaghy. Again, deputation's been asked for by John Jenkins and Greg Falconer, and that won't be heard today. So thank you. We're going to just have a couple of minutes recess just to sort this out, this part of the meeting, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes, which would be past.
Thanks, convener. Change the system. See, as soon as that
Good morning and welcome back. Thank you. Okay then, we're moving on now to item 7. P/26/0011 FUL. Oh, aye. Sorry. We have a deputation request by Mrs. Alison McCalley. Can we agree to the deputation, to hear the deputation? Agreed, thank you. Presentations by Senior Planning Officer Brent Vivian. Brent. Fine.
Members will recall that this application was considered by committee on the 17th of June when it was agreed to continue consideration of the application to allow the committee to carry out an unaccompanied site visit. The site visit took place on the 17th of August, 2 days ago. To recap from the June committee, when the original report was presented, the application site lies within the curtilage of an existing house located in the countryside to the north of Avon Bridge. The existing house lies within a group of 4 houses in the general location of a former scrap vehicle dismantling yard. The application site is described in the application as undeveloped garden space. The proposal is to construct a single-storey, 1-bedroom house. The applicant currently resides in the existing house on the property, and the proposed house is intended for the applicant's retirement, thereby allowing the applicant's daughter and young family to move into the existing house. The application is for a new house, creating a new planning unit, rather than for residential accommodation ancillary to the existing house, as the applicant wishes to separately own the new house and retain the option of selling it as a separate property in the future. The main issues that were raised in the original report relate to the lack of support for the proposal under the rural homes and housing in the countryside policies of the council's development plan. the lack of accessibility by sustainable travel options to support local living, and that flood risk has not been assessed. And the material planning considerations include the extensive planning history for this location. There are currently 4 houses at the location, and the planning basis for redevelopment of the former scrapyard was to improve the unsightly appearance of the site and remediate contaminated land. The current applicant has had a long association with the site and was the applicant for all the other planning applications since 1999. The applicant contends that the current application is for the final piece of brownfield land that can be used and will complete the existing settlement. However, the current application site is undeveloped garden space. It lies within the curtilage of an existing house and forms part of the land previously remediated. In such circumstances, the site would no longer be considered brownfield, and reuse of the former brownfield land can already be considered completed. In conclusion, the application is considered overall to be contrary to the development plan, and there are not considered to be any material planning considerations of such weight to indicate that the application should otherwise be approved. The applicant has highlighted the small contribution that the development could make to supporting housing choice, but this is not considered to outweigh the lack of support for the proposal under the Council's housing in the countryside and rural homes policies as set out in the development plan. The application is therefore recommended for refusal for the reasons 1 to 4 set out in the report. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Brent. Could we bring the deputation forward, please? Mrs. McCauley. Morning. Could you just introduce yourself and why you're here? That's it. You're on.
Hello, I'm Alison Macaulay, the applicant, as Brent has just explained. I did come and speak to you at your previous meeting and made the kind of points I wanted to make. You agreed you would do your site visit. So,
okay. So I'll just
want me
I'll let you start your deputation. Just introduce yourself. Okay. You'll have 10 minutes, which you don't have to use it all if you don't want to. It's up to yourself. So if you begin, your 10 minutes will begin now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I did actually speak to you at your last committee meeting. I don't know if you were all present then, so I don't know if you want me to go back through the things that I did kind of highlight then, if that would be useful for you. Yeah. So I did explain, I live on the site at the moment in the 4th house that's been built. We bought that piece of ground a good number of years ago, about 20 odd years ago, and it had been previously a scrapyard. And over that period of time, we've developed the site and built 4 houses, each time living in the house that we built. And as a consequence of that, the site has been greatly improved. We've remediated all the contaminated ground and basically enhanced the area and brought in various families to the area as we've sold the house and then moved on to the next one that we've built. From your site visit, you will have seen that there's a reasonable sized piece of ground left, which Brent has described as underdeveloped garden, but I feel it could also be described as underdeveloped brown site, because really, from those of you who were on the site visit will have seen there's a large garden for each of the houses, and that piece of ground that's left there is covered in hardcore and is not needed as garden space for the existing last house. You've obviously been asked to do, or the planning department have refused or recommended that the application is refused on the grounds that it lies out with the development plan. But I was really here to ask you to consider, as the members of the planning committee, to consider. I know you have to be mindful of the planning regulations, but really to try and kind of look past the policy a bit and just see what the benefits of that final house would be for the area. So just briefly then, we feel that there would be many benefits for a final house there. It would fully complete the small cluster of houses. Those of you that were there on Monday would have seen that there is just that piece of ground that's left. It is a small house that we're proposing to build, as we've explained. It's really for our retirement. So we feel that a final house there would just fully eradicate the previous brown site and just complete the cluster. Obviously, as I've said, the area has been enhanced by the building of the houses and the development of the garden areas, and a final house would just finish that. Obviously, it would add to the housing stock. I know it would be a very small contribution, but still in rural areas, I think that's still important. It's a small one-bedroom bungalow. These are that we're proposing to build, and these are in shortage as far as I'm aware. There would be a new family moving into the area, which again would boost the local area. If we are lucky enough to have the permission granted, when we build the house, or if we build the house, it will be local tradesmen that we'll use. We've done that in all the previous houses that we've built. The house will exceed standards set out in the Section 6 of the Sustainability and Scottish Building Regulations, and will be of a similar look and design to the current house, which again has received a very positive reception in the area. The only objection has come from the Roads Department, and you'll have seen that the road is a rural road, but in all the times that we've been there, all the years, and that's over 20 years we've lived there, there's never been, that we're aware of, any accidents to either pedestrians, cyclists, horse riders, or vehicles. The house, although we're saying it doesn't embrace the policy for countryside living, it does embrace quite a bit of it, and the 20-minute neighbourhood policy. We do certainly use the local facilities. We attend the GP in the village, the shop, the local parks and things. As we explained, the idea is that my daughter will move into the house that we are currently in. It's because I'm providing childcare for her. That again will reduce car journeys, certainly in terms of childcare and just family events. Last time when I was here, we did kind of, towards the end of what I was saying, touch on the bit about there being no flood risk assessment, and we kind of got into a discussion about that. What we had said was that we thought we had come to an agreement with Brent that if he would indicate to us that he was minded to give permission, that then we would obviously carry out a flood risk assessment. But as explained at the last time, it's over, what we had been quoted was over £3,000 to get a flood risk assessment, and we felt it was unfair to ask us to spend that amount of money when we didn't know if we were going to be successful with our application. So if we had been given some indication, yeah, we're minded to give you permission, then of course we would get the flood risk assessment carried out, and still willing to do that obviously if we are awarded permission. So I don't really want to go over loads of things that I had said before, but I just hope that you can consider these points, and hope from your visit that you've seen to the site that a final house there, as I say, would just complete that small cluster of housing. It's the last piece of ground of that brown site. There's boundaries to all edges of the site, so there is no possibility of any other house being built after this, if this one's successful. So thanks very much again for your time coming to see the site, and also for listening to me, and hopefully that will help you to come to your decision.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Macaulay. Are there any questions to the deputation from members of the committee? Councillor Spears.
Thank you very much for coming along today. I was on the site to visit. I did notice, is that a culvert that runs at the back of the house?
At the back of the house, it's moss ground that's at the back of the house, and there is a kind of along the back of that there is a culvert that runs underneath the road and drains off underneath the road.
So there is a culvert at the back of the house.
Well, I'm not technically minded, so I couldn't definitely. What do you mean by that? Is there a
water flow?
Yeah, there is.
Does your septic tank and the other septic tanks overflows feed into that culvert?
There's a soakaway for the septic tanks. So, but again, it would really be my husband that would give you all the detail of that. But yeah, they're all being done in with approval of SEPA. So as far as I'm aware, there's a soakaway. Actually, no, that's not right. It's a biodisc that's emptied every however often it's needed emptied. So no, I don't think it does.
There's usually all your water will go into it, and there's usually an overflow.
Well, there will be an overflow if that's the case. But there's, as far as I'm aware, I know that the biodisc is there, and it's been put in place in accordance with SEPA regulations.
Do you know how many septic tanks feed into that culvert?
Well, there's 4 septic tanks in one for each house.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? No? Okay, thanks very much. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks very much.
Okay.
And you can return.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are you going to make a decision today, or would I need to leave before that decision's made, or is that going to be discussed now?
It'll probably be made today, in fact, within the next half hour or so.
Okay, right. So I'll hold back until the decision's made, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can we go to Brent now for what you've heard there? That's it.
Yeah, okay, just a few quick observations. Firstly, the characteristics of the application site. It was described in the application as undeveloped garden space. The applicant has just mentioned that she considers that the site could potentially be also considered as brownfield. The definition of brownfield land in LDP2 explicitly says that garden ground would be excluded from the definition of brownfield land. You've also heard that the site has been remediated as part of the previous application for the existing house. So our view really is that it's not a brownfield site. It's garden ground within the existing house curtilage, and furthermore, it's already been remediated. The second point, the applicant had mentioned the requirement for a flood risk assessment, and she's quite correct. We did have discussions about that through the process. I think the point is if the committee were minded to approve the application, then I think it should be on the basis of submission and acceptance by the flooding team of a flood risk assessment, and at that point, upon satisfactory review of the flood risk assessment, the department would then be in a position to grant planning permission if you are going down that route. The third point I just highlight is that obviously this is an application to to satisfy the personal circumstances of the applicant to allow her to retire into the proposed one-bedroom house, allowing her daughter and young family to move into the existing house. And obviously with that, there becomes benefits to the wider family in terms of offering childcare support and perhaps later on to allow her daughter to help with any needs the applicant might have as she gets older. Just to highlight, though, that in most cases, an applicant's personal circumstances are not a material planning consideration. Planning is concerned with the development and use of land and the wider public interest, rather than such matters as personal need or preference or financial situations. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Grant. Is there any other questions from the committee? Right. Can we now go to the committee for questions for Brent, please, on the application? Really care.
Thank you, Convener. Mr. Vivian, with regards to the NPF4 policy 17 rural homes and local living in the 20-mile neighbourhood, how far away is the nearest bus stop? Do you know?
Yeah, sorry, I'll just check my report, see whether it's specifically mentioned. Yeah, no, sorry, I don't know precisely. Certainly the rural road that the site is on isn't served by a bus. So presumably to get to the nearest service, you would have to walk along the public road to get to it. But in terms of where that route actually goes, sorry, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. I think, can we bring in the officer from Roads, Andrew?
Hi, Convener. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you elucidate further on the question there about the distance to bus stops?
Yeah, I mean, well, the nearest bus stop would be Avonbridge Village, I'm assuming, and we've kind of made a recommendation that, similar to many rural developments, that there isn't sufficient pedestrian footway there. There's no lighting there, etc. And as Brent said, be a walk to get there, and there's no provision for that in the application.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah, Convener, yeah. With regards to the previous homes that's already been built, and I'm sure that some of the members who've been on the committee for a long time will remember previously that on each occasion officers refused and it was granted. So would you say, Mr. Vivian, that the previous homes that's been granted, would you consider that a material consideration to grant this one? Ben?
Yeah, the planning history for a site or location will always generally be a material planning consideration. The point that I tried to highlight in my report was that the basis for those previous approvals was to allow for redevelopment of the former scrapyard, to improve the appearance of the former scrapyard site, and also to remediate contaminated land. In this case, I've taken the view that those considerations probably no longer relevant because this particular application site lies within the curtilage of the existing house, part of the previous approval. So it's actually garden ground, and to my view, it doesn't have an unsightly appearance. It's part of the garden, which could potentially be improved at the moment through new planting and landscaping and so forth. And also the other point is that the site has already been remediated, so there's no need for additional development to remediate contaminated land because that's already taken place.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank Mr. Vivian.
Councillor Spears.
Thank you. If I can draw your attention to page 13 under consultations at 4.2, Scottish Water have no objections in the application. There is currently sufficient capacity in the Carn Valley water treatment works. Now, we've already established they don't use the water treatment works, and it is therefore advised to investigate private treatment options. Can I ask our officer if any tests have been carried out in the already established culvert, which is serviced by, we don't know how many overflows from septic tanks, that this isn't further contaminating the area?
Brent.
I'm not aware of any tests in relation to that. The proposal is to connect the proposed new house to an existing septic tank on the property. Yeah, in terms of the detail around that, that would be, as I understand it, considered and addressed through the building warrant procedure.
It has already been established that at some time they might want to sell the adjoining property. Is it normal practice for multiple properties to use the same septic tank?
Yeah, I believe that can be a common arrangement. Obviously, the detail of the arrangements around that, and including in terms of maintenance, would be a private matter between the relevant parties.
Sorry, you said you would imagine, but we're here to make a decision and go out with the development plan, which takes a long time to manufacture, and it's there for a reason, as was very much explained to us at a recent briefing. So no tests have been carried out if this culvert has been contaminated.
Right. Nothing to add to that. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions to Brent on the deputation or in any matter? Provost, visit.
Thanks very much, Convener. I'd just like to ask Brent if there was any, or roads officer, was there any issue with the roads on the previous developments that were granted?
Want to take that first? Ms. McFarlane, Andrew?
I can be. I don't have that to hand. To be honest, I can have a look there. But if it's gone through, then whatever the issues were there, they were given the approval by committee. For this, we've kind of given the standard approach. We know that we'll be looking for a 90-metre visibility display in each way. We're looking at the speed along this road here, and it's recorded as an average of 37 miles an hour on that. And again, we have made the status about the lighting and the pedestrian facilities usage along there. If that answers the question.
Thanks very much, Andrew. I couldn't make the site visit on the Monday, but I did visit on the Sunday. And these are the kind of questions I was thinking about. You know, if it's been granted before, what's the problem now? Because there's some nice houses up there, and I thought, why would you not just add another house? I didn't see any particular issues. And I wanted to ask about the flood risk. Was there a flood risk assessment done with the previous application, and would it apply to this application? Or does this have to be a totally separate application, given that it's only a couple of yards away from the existing houses?
Brent, please.
I don't know specifically whether there was a previous FRA carried out, but I would note that the last planning approval was in 2020, which predates National Planning Framework 4. So even if there was a previous flood risk assessment for the site, it would need updating in terms of the current policy framework under National Planning Framework 4. The other point I'd maybe just make is in relation to the road-related matters. They don't form part of the recommended refusal reasons for the application.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all for now.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks. Any further questions? No. Okay, thank you. Can we now move to discussion of the merits of the application? Is there anyone anything to bear care?
I know the site very well, convener. We're living up that area, and I've passed that development, well, the developments for years and years. And what a transformation has been since the old Scrappy was there. It was an eyesore. Mrs. Macaulay and her husband have diligently brought it back to something that's more thingy to the eye. And I understand the situation that Brent's put forward, but having visited it myself at the end of last week, I think the last bit of the jigsaw could be completed and allow for the one-bedroom house to be built. There's nothing else can be built anywhere else in there. And you could discuss whether it's still brownfield or if it's no brownfield, but just to put some context into it for Mr. Henderson's sake, I would propose that we grant the permission for...
Excuse me a minute. Could we leave it till we heard the full discussion? We come in here with an open mind to it, and we have to hear everybody talk, and then we'll move to a decision, if that's all right with you, Bailey.
Fine, that's we've done this before, but I find convenient. That's
I know we've done it before, but that's why we'll speak about it maybe offline about that. Is there anything else you want to...
I will wait.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But I want Bailey here. You finish with your...
No, that's... I was going to give some policies, but I'll...
You can give the policies. I'm not to stop you doing that. I just don't want the decision made before everybody's had a chance. I mean, the policies is part of your discussion.
There's no decision going to be made, convener. It's only my proposal. So if nobody agrees with me, it falls. If somebody agrees with me, they agree with me. But I'll beg to hear.
Right. Thanks. Councillor Spears?
I will await your ruling to make
a decision.
My decision.
Okay. Anyone else want to add to the discussion? Sorry. Oh, Councillor Colley. that far away from me here.
Thank you, convener. I struggle from the same issue with chairing meetings and being able to see who's actually on the screen with the small writing. I think I'm struggling to understand the argument around this particular part of what was a brownfield site now being described not as brownfield. I obviously I listened to Brent and his explanation around that, but I tend to be in agreement with what Bailey Kerr is saying, that this finishes it completes the activity on the brownfield site and actually creates a probably great development, I think, and obviously has been a significant amount of work, and I don't think we can underestimate the amount of work that it's taken to restore the site. So I just wanted to make that comment, and just in terms of the points around local living in 20-minute neighbourhoods, I don't think you could get more, well, a smaller 20-minute neighbourhood in terms of what we all want to be able to support families, support independent living, support health. And I think that ties very much in with that. So that was my general comments around it.
Okay, thank you. Provost Bissett.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I remember the site as well when it was a scrapyard. I've been up that way quite a number of times, and certainly when I went up on Sunday, it was great to see the site developed, and all credit to the Macaulay family for doing that. And given that there's already quality housing on the site, I really didn't see any particular issues why there shouldn't be another house on the site, subject to a flood risk assessment being done. So I think it's a great opportunity, and you're not very far away from Slamaran as it is. I don't know how long it take you to walk, but it certainly didn't take me long in the car. I'd be quite happy to support granting the application if indeed that's agreed, and I'd be quite happy to second it if it comes to it. Thank you.
Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks, convener. I suppose listening to some of the comments of colleagues here, and having visited the site on Monday myself, I see the points being made, and I tentatively at this moment I concur with some of the points that have been made. I do have a question, though, if it would be okay to pose a question again to officers at this point. We heard from the deputation earlier on, and we've heard from a couple of members about flood risk and about flood risk assessment. I suppose my first question is, were the committee minded to grant this application against officer recommendations right now? Is a flood risk assessment something that can be conditioned prior to any consent going ahead? Brent?
Well, I think the potential difficulty with the condition is if the flood risk assessment was to throw up some major issue which went to the heart of the matter, then you've got a difficulty because you've already granted planning permission. So I think the alternative would be to, if you went down the route of supporting the application, it would be on the basis of a minded to grant decision, subject to the satisfactory assessment and conclusion of flood risk related matters. And at that point, the planning department could be in a position to actually grant planning permission.
Thanks, Brent. And thanks, convener. You've touched on the second point I was going to make here, is that what if, for example, minded to grant a flood risk assessment was carried out, and that did throw up a significant issue that meant that any building on that piece of land, irrespective of what else is on the land, on that specific site, made it completely unviable. what is the point? What is the process at that point? If it's minded to grant subject to that being satisfied, what happens at that point? Does that come back to committee? Is that a delegated decision for officers? How does that work?
Brent.
I think my initial thoughts would be if the FRA was to throw up a significant issue which potentially precluded or significantly impacted on development of that site, then we would need to bring it back to committee for further consideration.
Okay. So where that's concerned, and taking into consideration what other colleagues have said this morning, I understand that there are certain things about the other policies, HCO5, local living, policy of 15, 20-minute neighbourhoods. I could argue the point that actually the houses that are currently on the site, for me, makes it content that that's a small community that is kind of cohesive where that's concerned. So the point could be argued either way, your interpretations of the policies there. What's bugging me at the moment is a flood risk to the site. And while I would be, I was content to accept officers' recommendations on the reading of it. However, through discussion and with an open mind, my mind is now thinking, actually, we could be minded to grant this subject to that flood risk being carried out. Because I think that does present a risk that could render the development completely unviable. I wouldn't like to put the applicant into a position whereby they have this. I wouldn't want to be putting the applicant into a position where we've agreed and granted permission, and that comes back where it throws it into hawk. Whereas if it was minded to grant subject to that being satisfactorily completed and satisfied, I would have more. I would be more comfortable with that. That's where my thoughts are at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Forrest.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to echo almost exactly what Councillor Sinclair has said regarding conditions of flood risk. And thank Councillor Spears for bringing it up first. The other point I'd like to make is the Council Roads Development Unit. I have actually said about that road that the speeds are lower than the national speed limit. And while it doesn't have footways, very, very few roads of that nature have anywhere around there, so people know how to drive, we hope. And as the applicant said, in the last 20 years, there have been no accidents, so I'd like to point that out. Overall, I think it would finish off the area quite nicely, regardless of whether it's brownfield or a garden ground. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Spears.
So we're being allowed to speak now before we go to deliberation?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Colley mentioned health. Now, this has been built on contaminated land. Has this been thoroughly investigated? It's sort of a back and beyond their scrapyard. Who knows what's been dumped there previously? The culvert is contaminated by septic tanks. They don't intend to have a further septic tank. There's been no flood assessment done, and there's concerns about the road. And it's just a little thing, I suppose, out with a development plan. I think we should be seriously concerned, because what's been built here is a hamlet really that has dubious services built on land that's never been tested. So we need to be careful in this development if we are going to break our development plan here.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Just on a point that Councillor Spears brought up there, I'm sure that previously when the applications came in, all the land has been decontaminated. Can I just get that clarified? Because that was all part of the condition for the very first house. And all that ground is decontaminated. Can I just get that clarified?
Yep. Brent, could you give an opinion on that, please?
That would be my understanding. Part of the mitigation was the provision of a clean cover system, if you like, topping the previous contaminated land. So in terms of what the contaminated land team would be requiring if this application was approved, they'd be looking for verification that appropriate gas remedial measures have been installed for the house, and also that the required depth of the clean cover system has been maintained in the garden area as previously required.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, yeah.
Information would have been then helpful on the agenda. But we're making assumptions then that something's been done, but we have nothing here in writing.
I think Mr. Broadley's got something to say on that matter.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, it's just to clarify Mr. Vivian's response there, that section regarding contamination and environmental protection unit, to draw members' attention to paragraph 4.3, which effectively covers our colleagues in environmental protection team, environmental health, covering off noise, contaminated land, and some of the factors that Mr. Vivian covered. So that information is in the report, just a point of clarification. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Richard. Councillor Ewing.
Divine.
Divine.
So, having read all this and listened to what officers have said, and listened to my fellow committee members' discussion, I do have a concern around the flooding. We know that it is an issue in the district, so I do have concerns around that. I understand what you came up and said, Mrs. Colley. Like, I understand that. I understand the position that you explained. So I do have concerns around that. Apart from that, I am, like the majority of the committee, minded in favour of granting. I think it was Councillor Colley that said around the brownfield site versus garden. Looking at the site as a whole, that's what it was. There's already dwellings there. Again, what Councillor Forrest said about a lot of the roads up in full stop in rural areas, that there isn't really footpaths. There's not lighting, that just seems to be the way of those sorts of roads. So that's my opinion up till now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I'm sorry to be senior moment there, I forgot your bloody name. Sorry, my apologies. Okay then, is there anyone else wishing to put a contribution in, or can we move on now? Provost.
Thanks very much. Just regarding the flooding, this is just basically an extension of the existing footprint of the current houses, and clearly there's not been any issues with flooding that I've heard with the previous properties, so I wouldn't imagine there'll be a particular issue with flooding up there, and no something that couldn't be resolved anyway. And as you drive up to Yard, driving up a bit of a hill, so the water would tend to run off anyway, so that's not a big concern for me. Thank you, that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks very much, Provost. I think we've had pretty full discussion on this item. So if we go to decision now, the recommendation is that the officers recommend the committee to refuse planning permissions explained at 9.1 paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 4 on page 229 of the agenda. So that's what I'm going to do now. Yeah. So do we have anyone otherwise minded as to the recommendation? Councillor Kerr, Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks for your indulgence. Listening to all the colleagues who spoke earlier on, and there is some that have got concerns regarding the flooding issue. I've not got the same concern as they have. However, I'm mindful of their thoughts. So I would propose that we grant plan permission, or mind to grant, and understanding that the flood risk report gets submitted to our officers. And I'm sure that, as the Provost has already mentioned, if it's the same report as the previous ones, our concerns will be exacerbated, and we won't need to worry about it. But can also mention for Mr. Henderson some policies. The National Planning Framework 4, Policy 3, Biodiversity, and the LDP 2, Policy PE 19, Biodiversity and Geodiversity, as it states in the Mr. Vivian's report, that this can be enhanced by the building of the house. Also, National Planning Framework 4, Policy 9, as stated by Councillor Colley and Councillor Devine, regarding the vacant land, derelict or contaminated land, and we've got to the bottom of it. It's no contaminated land as part of the last piece of the jigsaw. And National Plan Framework 4, Policy 17, Rural Homes, and Policy 15, Local Living and 20-metre neighbourhood. And as a few of my colleagues have mentioned, it's very close to the site of Avonbridge, Slamanan, California, where there's plenty of amenities there. So that's my proposal.
Thank you, Billy Kerr. Have we got a seconder?
Yeah.
Okay. Look, Mr. Henderson, just a wee minute. Mr. Henderson's going to come in and explain.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Bailey Kerr. And I think from the discussion that's taken place, my sense is that was a minded to grant decision, or a minded to grant motion. And I think overall it was considered contrary to the development plan, but that was outweighed by a number of considerations. And these were, the committee considers the proposal would be a beneficial completion of the cluster of houses at the settlement. I think there was clarity from discussion that the committee is satisfied on matters of road traffic and road safety in the rural setting. And I think it was also noted that the committee is satisfied with the appearance of the development. You went on to note, Bailey Kerr, that while maybe overall the development plan was not met, there was a view that certain of the policies were or aspects of them able to be complied with in relation to NPF 4 Policy 3 and LDP Policy 19 in relation to biodiversity being enhanced. And there was compliance with elements of NPF 4 Policy 9 and NPF 4 Policy 17 in relation to rural homes and local living, with it noted that the settlement would be close to Avonbridge, Slimane in California, and the amenities noted there. So moving on, apologies, this is quite lengthy, but moving on from that, given that it was a minded to grant motion, the committee would agree that it was minded to grant subject to the submission of flood risk assessment to the satisfaction of the Director of Police Services. It was noted that if the Director is not satisfied with the flood risk assessment submitted, then officers will refer the matter back to committee. And then just as a mop-up, I guess, on conclusion of those matters, to the satisfaction of the Director, the committee would agree to remit to the Director to grant planning permission subject to conditions determined by the Director. That was my note of the discussion surrounding the motion. Does that sound accurate, Bailey Kerr? Thank you.
Thank you. Provost Bissett.
I'm happy to second based on just what Bailey Kerr said there, and I think we've had a good discussion within the committee. So quite happy to second.
Thank you. So that's seconded by, you've got that, and Councillor Spears.
Would be very happy to propose a recommendation by our highly trained officers in our planning department to refuse planning permission for the following reasons. The reasons are in the agenda 1 to 4. I think they're quite succinct. Our officers have obviously looked into this at great length, and I will take their advice on the matter.
Thank you. Is it? Do we have a seconder for the amendment to the motion? No? No. So the amendment falls.
So, thank you, Convener. I still had my light on, so apologies for that. So we have a motion by Bailey Kerr, seconded by Provost Bissett, which is a minded to grant motion. I will not read that all out in detail again. And there was no seconder for the amendment. So the only motion before you is the motion by Bailey Kerr, seconded by Provost Bissett. And presumably Councillor Spears would wish dissent to be noted, but at this point it's a check of whether anyone is otherwise minded to the motion.
And is anyone otherwise minded to the motion? No. Okay. Mr. Henderson, can you confirm?
Thank you. The motion is duly carried. And Councillor Spears, would you wish your dissent noted? Thank you, Councillor Spears.
Yeah. Okay, everyone, thanks very much for your input to that. It was quite a lengthy discussion. If we move on now to item 5, agenda item 5, P/25/0448/FUL. Construction of dwelling house and garage at land to the east of Maple Lodge, Banknock for Mr. Darren Turpin. This is a continuation again from the June meeting, and we also had a site visit at the meeting on the 17th of August. We'll have a report on the application from Planning Officer Brent Vivian. Brent.
Thank you, Convener. Members will recall that this application was considered by the committee on the 17th of June, when it was agreed to continue consideration of the application to allow the committee to carry out an unaccompanied site visit. The site visit took place on the 17th of August. To recap with reference to the original report to committee, the application seeks planning permission for the construction of a 1.5-storey 4-bedroom house and a detached garage. The application site lies within Cloybank Estate on Braithace Road, north of Banknock. The estate offers a range of recreation and leisure facilities. The application site is one of 3 house plots, and the 3 plots benefit from the grant of planning permission in principle in 2023. The planning permission in principle was granted as further enabling development at the estate to cross-fund the completion of certain development works. The current application has been submitted as a standalone full application rather than as an application seeking approval of matters specified in conditions of the planning permission in principle on account of boundary adjustments to the original site. So in effect, it's a procedural matter, if you like. It's a procedural application in terms of the way it's come in. As a full application, it requires an in principle assessment against the housing in the countryside and other relevant policies of the development plan. And the planning history for the site is a material planning consideration. In terms of that in principle assessment, the application is overall not supported by the development plan, as neither the rural homes policy of NPF4 nor the housing in the countryside policies of LDP2 and associated supplementary guidance offer any specific support for the proposed development. However, the planning history is a strong material planning consideration, and the planning permission in principle for the site is considered to justify approval of the application. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out in the original report. And it can be noted that if the application is approved, that it would be bound by the terms of the existing Section 75 planning obligation, which attaches to the planning permission in principle. So there'd be no further procedure required in relation to that. I'd further note that MSC applications have been submitted for the other 2 plots which form part of this development, and they have been approved under delegation already. Thank you, Convener.
Thanks, Brent. Any questions for Brent? Questions? Okay. Do we move to a discussion? Is there anyone wishes to be any points? The only thing I would say was the fact that this has already been accepted planning in principle by yourselves in this, not this session, but in this part of the council in 2023. I find it hard to disagree with the recommendation. Councillor Spears.
Firstly, I must again raise the quality of the maps we get at these meetings is not improved. We once again have a septic tank problem, as there's been plan consent given to 2 other properties slightly down the slope and this one's going to be built at the top. Has there been any tests done in the septic tank runoff?
Right.
Not aware of any testing. The proposal was for a new septic tank and soakaway to serve all three of the new plots at this location.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
The proposal was for a new septic tank and soakaway, which would serve all three of the new plots.
So the three of them are soaking away into the same area, the adjacent field.
Yes, there's, I believe, further detail which would need to come in relation to the design, but the location is to the south of the plots. That's where the new septic tank would be. It would need to satisfy the flooding team in terms of such matters as the size of the septic tank, the arrangements for discharge in terms of infiltration to the ground and that sort of thing. It's my understanding that in general terms there's no proposal for discharge into the Dupes burn, which is further to the south. So the attenuation and the discharge would be contained within the land without overflow or discharge into the nearby burn.
Is it true to say this field? Sorry,
I think Richards want to add to that.
Thank you, Convener. No, it's just a.
I'm in the middle speaking here.
You, Convener.
Well, if it's the same subject, it's going to help you, hopefully.
It was just for all members' benefits, as Mr. Vivian said there, regarding sewage water treatment, section 4.2. Your report covers that in a very short paragraph, where Scottish Water haven't objected to the application, and the applicant's advised to basically investigate private treatment options, which is septic tanks. As I think Mr. Vivian said at the previous application that members have just heard, there is an additional check and balance there through the building standards process for that. But both those views from Scottish Water with no objection and a further check from building standards, that should reassure members that that's covered adequately in this report and wouldn't be material enough to give any weight to that in terms of your decision making. I hope that helps. It may not have helped your next question, Councillor Spears.
Well, if I got a chance to finish it.
It's just to try and give you as much information before.
I'm aware of what the committee does.
Okay. Anything? What else?
I believe this field's used for sheep, and the animals will be grazing on it. We'll see what building standards comes back with that. Now, there's oak trees, which is becoming a more rare species. Is there tree protection order?
Protection order.
Sorry?
No tree protection order at this location.
Now, it's not very clear about the access and egress to this site. Is there only one?
Just the one access off Braeface Road, which is the main estate access to get to these new plots.
Ah, it's an estate now. Thank you.
Well, it's Cloybank Estate, I think, is what it's known as.
Okay. Thank you. How can we still put a TP on these trees that are there?
Procedure. Yeah, there is a procedure to apply to the council for imposing TPOs on trees. That's a procedure that's dealt with out with planning by a different department of the council.
Yeah, would that still, I mean, would we have to put a condition on this? These trees were left?
Yes, and I believe there's no proposal within the application to remove those trees.
But there's nothing to stop them from removing them either.
No, that's
so,
correct.
If somebody takes the fancy, they just chop them down. They're actually quite a part of the whole area there. These trees, as you know, live there. So yeah, you want 2 trees, yeah, and the right. Provost Bissett.
I visited this site on Sunday. I eventually found it, and I'm quite content to support officers' recommendations on this to grant planning permission. And the conditions are quite stringent. One of them's about surface water drainage proposals, including maintenance, and the other one is about the widening of the road as well. So I'm quite content. I've heard this application. Aye, but I'm just giving you my...
Still in discussion.
I know, but I'm just giving you my views and the committee my views. So I'm basically I'm just letting the committee know I'm quite content with this application. Thank you.
Councillor? Oh, sorry. Deputy.
Convener, yeah, just to come in the back of that, I see no issue with the officer's recommendations here. So I know that we're going to form part of a discussion, but I would be happy to move the officer's recommendations.
Okay, is there anyone else want to add to the discussion? No? Okay then. We'll move to decision now. The officer's recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to conditions on page 41, 42 and 43, which I will read out if necessary. Is anyone otherwise minded?
If Councillor Sinclair's moving the application, I'll be happy to second it.
Mr. Henderson?
Thank you, Convener. Yes, we have a motion by Councillor Sinclair, and that is to grant planning permission in accordance with the officer recommendations, and that has been seconded by Provost Bissett. Thank you, Convener.
I would like to condition that with the TPOs being put on the true oak trees that are in that area. Can I? Okay, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you. I'll maybe bring Mr. Broadley in a moment, but tree protection order is a process which is strictly conducted under regulations, and there are assessments carried out by our green space team, etc. So I don't think it would be available. I don't think it would be competent to add a condition that there will be a tree preservation order in this, but I'll maybe hand over to the planning officers in terms of whether it may be appropriate to simply have a condition in relation to the trees not being felled as part of the development.
Thank you for that, Mr. Henderson. Richard?
I'm sure Mr. Vivian will want to come after me, but no, we wouldn't be able to do a TPO. That's a totally separate process. So if committee is so minded, given the convener's point to protect trees, it's a fairly standard condition in other applications where we can ask applicants to submit details and a landscape plan for the satisfaction, as Mr. Henderson can confirm. And that's fairly standard in a lot of other reports, so we could include a similar condition along those lines, unless Mr. Vivian says separately. But no, we wouldn't be able to do a TPO. That's a very different process, and there's a range of criteria have to be met. And members have a live plan application in front of them, and we need to try and determine that. So in terms of tree protection, I think we could include something along the lines of a condition in terms of the tree management plan on site, but not for a TPO. I hope that answers both the convener's point.
That's super.
And do you want to come back in, Mr. Vivian, or are you content with that response?
No, nothing further to add. Wouldn't want to extend things when there's nothing really further to add. Thanks, Richard.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Henderson.
So I think at this point, the matter's obviously been raised by the convener. I think we would want to check with the mover of the motion and the seconder, Councillor Sinclair and Provost Bissett, as to whether they would be agreeable to the addition of a condition which would be in relation to submission of a tree management plan by the applicant, and that being to the satisfaction of the Director of Police Services.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just to clarify before agreeing, because I'm not averse to that suggestion. The trees in question are on the site that's outlined in the report. They are part of the planning site.
Thank
It's
you,
under
Councillor
consideration.
Sinclair, and I think that's a good question. I'll maybe pass over to Mr. Vivian. Be completed with these trees in situ, is that correct? I think it's worth just checking that.
Yeah, that's correct. They're out with the footprint of the proposed house. The site goes up to the edge of the estate road, so the trees on the south side of the actual road are within the.
So just to clarify, so the red boundary that's on the map within the pack in the report, the trees are within that boundary. Yeah.
Yes.
So in that case, as the mover of the motion, I'm content to accept that suggestion. So.
Thank you, Provost Bissett. Are you similarly minded? And just to clarify, it would be an additional condition, pardon me, I'm too far from the microphone, with regard to the submission of a tree management plan by the applicant, and that to be to the satisfaction of the Director of Police Services.
Councillor Spears?
Will that include all trees on site or just the 2 oak trees that have been mentioned?
I think my colleagues have clarified there that given it's a tree management plan, it would relate to all of the trees on the site.
That's great.
It's
just on the site visit, I didn't have time to go round and identify and count all the trees.
So I don't think that would mean that there would be definite protection of all the trees, but it would at least be the plan that would be assessed by the Director of Police Services. And I can see my colleagues nodding, which is reassuring. Thank you.
And the hedgerow.
Would that cover hedgerow?
Right. I would say so. If there's existing hedgerows, then that would be subject to consideration under the tree management plan as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Spears, happy? The answers to
not
the
a word
questions.
often used in this committee, but yes, I'm ecstatic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so we'll go to Mr. Henderson.
Thank you. It's just to sum up where we are at the moment. So we have a motion by Councillor Sinclair, seconded by Provost Bissett, and that is to grant planning permission in accordance with officer recommendations, but with the addition of a condition with regard to the submission by the applicant of a tree management plan. I've noted there in brackets, including hedgerow, which will be submitted and assessed by the Director of Police Services to his satisfaction. Thank you. And that's where matters rest at the moment. So let's check whether or not any members are otherwise minded at this point.
Would there be any members otherwise minded? And no. Okay, thanks very much. And we'll move on now to item 6, at which point I will recuse myself.
Convener, before you do, can I ask on a matter of clarification about procedure?
About
procedure.
Question about procedure.
It's just in the last 2 applications, it's been done in a slightly different way as what we've done previously. And I just want to check if we've gone through a deputation process and we've asked questions of a convener and we've asked questions of officers and we're then into discussion. Is it no longer open to members to move prior to going into discussion the officer's recommendations, for example, or an alternative motion, do we have to go through a full discussion process before moving any recommendations, any motion?
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Can we have an
it's
explanation of why that is?
My preference it would be to do that to the reasons I gave earlier to Councillor Bailey Kerr, that we should discuss the matters before we come to a decision and not during the decision, because the first person up can alter the suggestion by making an immediate motion.
I'm not disagreeing with your preference on, and there might be many examples where that is important, but there may be examples where it's very clear that there doesn't need to be necessarily a full discussion where every single member inputs, where we could be simply moving the officer's recommendation.
Yeah, but
all agreeing.
We'll start with the discussion. If there's no discussion to be had, we'll move straight to the decision.
Okay, I just wanted to ask about that because I think it may prolong meetings by some way if we continue to do it that way.
Okay. Bailey Buchanan.
I would just like to agree with Councillor Murtagh in relation to what she just said. The issue quite clearly is there seem to be a number of changes. We spoke already about the site visits. Now, the fact is that, as you know, I was the convener for a number of years. I was moved out, and then suddenly you changed the system in relation to the site visits. Unfortunately, I couldn't take part in the debate and the changes because I was in hospital. But the fact is that I'm not happy with that either. But the fact is that if a member, there's 12 members of this committee, everybody has entitled to an opinion. Yep. And if a member has made his mind up to an application that comes before this committee, and at the end of it, he'll be speaking and he's quite happy to move for or against at that particular stage, everybody after that has got an opportunity to put their oar in. So I'm totally agreed with Councillor Murtagh, and I'm not happy with the changes that's getting made either with the site visits or this issue about decision making. Thank you.
We did have a meeting earlier this week when we discussed this, especially the site visits, and everybody had an opportunity to come along and take part in it. Anyway, sorry, Provost. Certainly. So we'll have 10 minutes. We'll be back at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
So we're not allowed to speak once you've decided, even though your light's on.
Good afternoon, colleagues. If I could bring you all back in and we'll reconvene the meeting. As mentioned earlier on in today's meeting, Councillor Kelly has declared a non-financial interest in the next item, and I can confirm that he has now left the room, and I have assumed the convener's chair for the rest of the meeting, which constitutes item 6, landscape restoration of Quarry Void, comprising planting and earthworks restoration and upgrading of southern section of site access road leading to the A803 at Cowdenhill Quarry, Coney Park Crescent, Banknock and Bonnybridge for Wholesome UK Limited. That's application number P120380FUL, and this is a continuation. Before I move to the officer, Mr Brown, we have 2 deputation requests this morning. In our agenda, they are listed as Stephen McLaughlin, Kim McLaren and Chris Woodhouse as the agents to be received as a deputation, and Jennifer Pitcairn, an objector, to be received as a deputation. Are we agreed to hear the deputations?
Happy.
Okay. And just on a procedural point, normal practice for deputations, we would hear any objectors first, and then we would hear an applicant or agents of the applicant following the objectors. So the point in the agenda this morning, the applicants and the objectors are just round, so just noted in the wrong way. So with that, I will move to Kevin Brown to present the report.
Thank you. Yes, Gemma, if you're able to bring up the site plan and council boundary plan. Thank you. Could you zoom in on that slightly as well, please? This is just to refresh members' memories. This has been up before committee previously. This is a detailed application for proposing the landscape restoration of Cowdenhill Quarry and upgrading of a section of access road leading out to the A803. Members will recall that this application forms the second part of a cross-boundary proposal submitted by Aggregate Industries, now Wholesome UK, to both Falkirk Council and North Lanarkshire Council. The cross-boundary proposal consists of the application before committee today for the restoration of Cowdenhill and upgrading of the access road, and a separate application for a new hard rock quarry at Tomfine Farm to be assessed by North Lanarkshire Council. That application has now been granted planning permission. The plan on the screen shows the application site boundary outlined in red, with a black dashed line depicting the council boundary. The area outlined in green shows the existing Cowdenhill Quarry void, and a purple dashed line to the northwest shows the proposed quarry void at Tomfine Farm. The access road improvements are proposed on the section of access road on the very south of the application site there, linking to the A803 up to the council boundary, as you can see on the plan. Members will recall that this application has been before members on a number of occasions, most recently our meeting on the 20th of May this year, where the decision was taken to continue the consideration of the application to allow additional information to be provided in relation to 4 key themes, those being environmental considerations, in particular water dispersal matters, the involvement of SEPA, mapping and understanding of conditions between Falkirk Council and North Lanarkshire Council, and enforcement considerations. The content of today's report provides information on each of these points and seeking to address them in turn. In addition to the information provided in today's report, members will be aware of recent correspondence which has been circulated since the report was finalised. These additional documents include further representation on behalf of the Banknock residents against Cowdenhill Expansion Group, as well as an email of support from the proposal from a nearby landowner expressing concerns in relation to public safety at the existing quarry void. Officers are also aware of concerns having been expressed to Nature Scot in relation to great crested newts and biodiversity. Officers have since sought clarification in respect of their position in this regard. Nature Scot have now responded to confirm that they continue to advise that ecological surveys undertaken to date and mitigation measures proposed remain sufficient. They've confirmed that the proposal the proposed protected species licensing approach is acceptable and they have not objected to the application. Given consideration to all of these recent submissions, officers do not consider anything to have been raised which would alter the officer recommendation in this instance. In this regard, the officer recommendation remains that the committee grant planning permission subject to the conditions set out in today's report. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kevin. If I could now bring forward Jennifer Pitcairn to make the first deputation of this item. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome along. I'll just get you to introduce yourself first.
My name is Jennifer Pitcairn,
And you're here on behalf of?
local residents.
Local residents. Excellent. Thank you very much. You've been here before,
Yes.
Previous meeting, so you know the way forward by now. You get 10 minutes,
Okay.
and then following that, if there's any questions from members, we'll go into that. So I shall let you start now.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to address you again. I appreciate there is a large amount of technical information before you, so rather than repeat everything I have before, I wanted to concentrate on 4 particular issues which I believe go directly asking questions as to whether this application complies with the development plan, MPF4 and the associated policies. So since the committee last considered this application has already been mentioned, NatureScot does actually wish to visit the site with their officers, and they have agreed to a site visit to potentially review its previous advice. ARC Trust, which is the Amphibian and Reptile Conservation Trust, were unaware of the biodiversity at the site and are now involved and are raising questions on a national level regarding the the nationally important great crested newt population. And I personally am awaiting an answer from the Council's biodiversity officer explaining how this proposal satisfies MPF4 Policy 3. I've also been made aware of in the last few days of another statutory body's involvement and an ongoing investigation into current practices at the quarry. Given these matters go directly to the ecology conclusions upon which you're being asked to rely, I respectfully ask the committee to consider whether determination should be deferred until updated advice is available. Interestingly, good practice states the ecology results should be uploaded to the National Atlas. This did not happen, and as such, nobody knows that the site exists. So before considering individual environmental impacts, I believe there is a fundamental development plan question. Falkirk LDP2 policy IR15 states that no new quarries or extensions to existing workings will be permitted for the extraction of construction aggregates unless evidence is available that the 10-year land bank of permitted reserves is no longer in place. This proposal is directly linked to the development of Tom Fine, and this application repeatedly mentions Tom Fine. In fact, their own supporting document, Chapter 2, Need for the Project, only talks about the need for Tom Fine. This is inextricably a cross-boundary development. Quarrying activity, quarrying aggregates, noise and dust from quarrying will affect Banknock and the surrounding areas. This isn't just a road upgrade and quarry restoration. The overburden from Tom Fine will fill the void will take surface water from Tom Fine, and the road will carry aggregate industries aggregates. Holcim's aggregates. That in itself raises a very important question, which I believe needs a clear answer before this application is determined. Which aggregate land bank will the material extracted from this development actually contribute to? If it contributes to the wider West Central Scotland aggregate market or land bank, what is the current level of permitted reserves within that land bank? The Scottish aggregates tax is now particularly important, replacing the aggregates levy in Scotland on the 1st of April this year. That explicit policy purpose is to discourage unnecessary exploitation of virgin aggregate and encourage recycled and secondary alternatives. The Scottish Government's Circular Economy and Waste Route Map to 2030 expressly commits to using devolved taxation to incentivise recycled aggregates and says the environmental tax aims to encourage the minimum necessary exploitation of fresh new primary aggregate. So where is the evidence demonstrating the relevant land bank has fallen below the 10 years required to satisfy policy IR15? I'm not asking the committee to assume the land bank test has not been met. I'm asking where the evidence is that demonstrate that it has. If that evidence is not before you, I respectfully ask, has the applicant demonstrated compliance with policy IR15? Biodiversity. The applicant's own ecological assessment identifies Cowden Hill as supporting an exceptional great crested newt population of national importance. The applicant proposes the permanent loss of aquatic breeding habitat through draining and infilling the ponds. Their very own assessment describes the likelihood of impact from draining the quarry void as very high, including significant adverse effects upon the nationally important population, including from upgrading the road. Those aren't my descriptions, those are the applicant's own conclusions, and great crested newts are a European protected species. They are strict licensing tests that arise before they will be granted any licence from NatureScot. And NatureScot's guidance states that planning authorities must consider the same strict tests as the licensing authority, and MPF4 requires impacts upon legally protected species to be fully considered before determination. The committee has been told NatureScot has no objection, but in the words that I got told from NatureScot themselves, this has been simplified. And did you know NatureScot nationally objects to less than 1% of planning applications? What they told me, it is the council's responsibility to meet policy 3 of MPF4. So my question is, where is the council's assessment of those 3 tests and the evidence demonstrating they're likely to be met given their responsibility to apply the same 3 tests as NatureScot? In particular, what evidence demonstrates there is no satisfactory alternative to permanently destroying these breeding ponds? What alternatives were considered and why were they rejected? And what is the demonstrated need which makes permanent destruction of breeding habitat for an exceptionally nationally important population necessary? And that's not my words, that's the applicant's words, nationally important. These questions go directly to MPF4 policies 3 and 4 on biodiversity and protected species and policy 33 on minimal development. NatureScot's own guidance describes mitigation translocation for the newts as high risk, complex and expensive with limited evidence of effectiveness, and says it should be used as a last resort. It's not just great newts that are protected species requiring consideration there. Peregrine falcons, barn owls, both Schedule 1 species have been recorded in the vicinity, and San Martins are currently nesting on site. I would ask the committee whether these records have been assessed and whether the proposed works would affect nest sites or cause disturbance to Schedule 1 birds. My third concern is air quality. North Lanarkshire Council previously identified no baseline dust monitoring had been undertaken and recommended monitoring. It also requested an updated air quality assessment, including PM10, PM2.5 and dispersion modelling. The applicant's consultant subsequently concluded that neither dust monitoring nor dispersion monitoring was necessary. Yet the applicant's own report cites IAQM guidance saying intermediate particles can travel up to 400 metres and beyond, and Coney Park sits essentially at that distance from the extraction and restoration areas. Importantly, that guidance considers distance from the nearest dust generating activity, not simply the quarry boundary, and the closest property to a dust generating activity is 80 metres. The applicant's own air quality conclusion relies upon the HGV fleet being used as 100% Euro 6 vehicles. That means all their air qualities are based on assumptions and not evidence. So I ask, is that 100% Euro 6 assumption actually secured by an enforceable planning condition or legal requirement? And if not, why should the committee rely upon an air quality conclusion based on an assumption which the permission does not require the applicant to deliver? These questions engage MPF4 policy 23 on health and air quality and policy 33, which requires minimal development homes and community. The applicant's transport assessment is based on an average extraction rate of 350,000 tonnes per year, producing approximately 132 weight HGV movements per working day. But they also state production depends upon market demand. Therefore, it's not unreasonable to assume if extraction goes up, so do HGV journeys. Therefore, what residents experience on a busy day could be considerably more than their annualised average. condition prevents that maximum being exceeded. The proposed quarry operating hours are 7 till 7, yet the applicants say HGVs will typically not be on the local road network during school periods, but typically is not an enforceable restriction. If avoiding school travel periods is part of the justification for concluding that traffic impact is acceptable, why isn't that mitigation secured through a condition?
1 minute left.
The same principle should apply to HGV numbers, designated routes, operating hours, and other mitigation relied upon by the applicant. These issues engage MPF4, Policy 13 on transport, and Policy 33, which requires mineral development to minimise transport impacts and consider impacts upon nearby communities. I'm not asking you to consider these as individual matters. I'm asking you to look at these under MPF4 Policy 33, requiring cumulative impacts upon nearby homes and communities to be considered. The question isn't simply about whether conjunction can physically accommodate lorries, whether newts can be moved, or whether dust can be theoretically mitigated. The question is whether this development as a whole complies with the development plan, and I'm not sure that it does, and I don't think the evidence is in front of you that proves that, and I do not think the applicant has proved it themselves.
And with that, that's your 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, we now move to questions from elected members. Anybody have any questions for
43, Policy 3. You see little existence of this being adhered to.
Right, the microphone is on, Councillor Devine, and always through the chair, please. Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I was addressing Councillor Devine. Your microphone's on, Councillor Spears. You have the floor.
Thank you.
If we can keep comments through the chair, please, and can we let Councillor Spears ask his questions? Thank you.
MPF 43, Policy 3. You see little existence of this being adhered to.
Can't see how that is being protected here. You all went to visit the site and you saw how over the last 15 years the biodiversity there has massively been brought on by nature itself, to the point where there's more than one European protected species at the site of national importance. And one of the things that the MPF does is it's supposed to protect sites. Now, the need for the restoration, if you have a look at the applicant's own "why do we need this project," talks about nothing but Tom Fine. It does not talk about the need to restore the quarry. It doesn't talk about the need to protect the biodiversity, and biodiversity is a massive, massive policy focus for the Scottish Government right now, and we have it on our doorstep. And what do we want to destroy it for? To tick a box. That's essentially what this is for. It's a tick boxing exercise. So the applicant wants the overburden from Tom Fine to fill the void. You said something about an email from a local landowner talking about the health and safety at the site. I actually did a Freedom of Information request to Falkirk Council to ask about accidents and near misses with the general public at Cowden Hill. They came back to say they did not hold that information because it wasn't available, which I take that to mean there hasn't been any health and safety aspects at the site. So that kind of makes that argument null and void. It's not somewhere people want to swim. In fact, I think the letter from Brace talks about the applicant wanting to put in a water feature. I think that in itself would make people want to swim there, not stop them from wanting to do that. So.
You mentioned the council policy on aggregates and also the land bank regarding aggregates.
IPF.
Can you further expand on that, please?
So I've got it in here. Let me find it. So the LDP2 policy IR15 is particularly important. It does state that no new quarries or extensions to existing workings will be permitted for the extraction of construction aggregates unless evidence is available that a 10-year land bank of permitted reserves is no longer in place. That's the exact wording from Falkirk's own development plan. as the proposal involves the extraction of construction aggregates, because it does, the road is going to carry construction aggregates. The quarry is going to contain construction material from a quarry. The quarry is going to pull water in from a new quarry development. It doesn't matter whether it's just over the border in North Lanarkshire, the two are inextricably linked. You can't have one without the other. And the only reason that water off run will go down into the quarry is because Tom Fine has been built. So I can't see any evidence that's in front of this committee that shows that IPF 15 is by kind of allowing this to go ahead, that goes directly against Falkirk's own policy IR 15.
That's my next question. The Scottish Government policy, that's IR 15. Do you think this has been broken if this is granted?
I think so. I think so. The words are, no new quarries or extensions to existing workers will be permitted unless you can prove that the land bank is under 10 years. And I don't think the land bank is under 10 years.
I won't be asking our officers then, are we breaking government policy?
So, Councillor Spears, that's a relevant question, but it's questions to the deputation just now. Thank you.
Just further on that about kind of central government, Scottish Government policy, is their policies focus around recycled aggregates now. That's the circular economy, that's to protect biodiversity, that is to stop virgin aggregates being taken from the ground. So I guess the question arises is, if the land bank is more than 10 years and the focus is on recycled aggregates, then why do we need a new quarry on our doorstep? Why do we need an upgraded road to pull the aggregates from that quarry? Because that goes against what the Scottish Government's policies are around recycled aggregates, around biodiversity. And that's also why they've introduced the aggregate tax on the 1st of April just this year. And that's to try and minimise virgin aggregates being pulled from the ground.
Okay, my last question is Nature Scotland. And they would need to give a licence for this.
So, yes. So, say the committee decides to grant planning permission, the applicant would have to go to Nature Scot to get a licence to translocate the newts. So then they would have to meet 3 very, very strict tests, European tests, to grant them the licence. Now, I have posed the question, we have posed the question to Nature Scot as to whether or not the applicant would meet those tests. They may be able to meet 1 and 2. They may well struggle with 3 because there is no mitigation plan. There is no in-depth plan for moving newts at the moment, not that Nature Scot has seen. And I would also like to point out that the tests become extra stringent because it's privately owned ground. So, for instance, the need for the project, it might, one of the mitigating kind of reasons is actually mineral extraction. But again, you're back to, well, if we don't need the mineral extraction because the land bank is over 10 years, then that's a moot point. Description of the 3 tests. Number 1, there must be a legitimate licensable purpose for the works. There must be no satisfactory alternative to carrying out the works in a way that affects the protected species, and the works must not be detrimental to maintaining the great crested newt population at favourable conservation status, which basically means they cannot move them without proving that moving them will keep them at the same level they are now. ARC, the Amphibian and Reptile Conservation Trust, have been monitoring the newt population at another site in Scotland where translocation was allowed, and they've told me that it didn't work. So what we've got is what they're saying on the numbers that the applicant's own ecology report states is a population of European protected species that is one of the largest, if not the largest, in Scotland. It wasn't known about because the applicant didn't upload the ecology information to the National Atlas, which is not a legal requirement, but it is considered best practice. So nobody knew that this place existed, that this ecology existed, this biodiversity was there. So NatureScot would have to give a licence, which, as I said earlier, it will take them years. It will cost them a lot of money. There is monitoring that they would have to go through years afterwards, which also goes to the question about the Tom Fine period that they're allowed to extract. If they've got, say, 3, 4, 5 years of moving newts and then a 21-year period to extract, you're not a 21-year period anymore. You're into your 30 years of people being at that site with construction equipment and moving earth and creating kind of devastation for the biodiversity there, and also the impact on the local community.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Councillor Colley.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the detailed presentation. I've just got a couple of questions, or maybe three. We'll see. It might be three. You talked about the. I'm interested in the discussion around NatureScot and the question of translocation and permanent loss of the habitat, and you said in another translocation that hadn't worked, and so I suppose my question is permanent loss of habitat is potentially permanent loss of that population without very careful thought. And that's just a question of your understanding of it.
Yeah, that's the way that, I mean, it's not even my words, it's the applicant's words, so it's in their own document around the great crested newts. So the applicant's own ecological assessment makes it very clear that the impact on the great crested newts at the Cowden Hill site is not minor or speculative. Their own kind of risk assessment, which I might add they didn't actually finish because they didn't reassess the risk, but they have assessed it as a very high likelihood of impact with an overall high level of impact, including permanent loss of aquatic breeding habitat, significant adverse effects on the nationally important population. The report also states that they believe the figures are likely to be an underestimation of the newts there because they weren't able to fully assess the ponds at the time. And their own document also acknowledges uncertainty in their proposed mitigation actions. So I just don't see how or why there would be a valid reason, if you're planning to completely destroy the breeding habitat of a European protected species, what reason is there in front of you that's good enough to do that? And it goes against all the policies I mentioned, including policy 3 of MPF 4.
Thank you. The second question is around the issue of air quality, and I suppose a difference of I guess we'll say opinion between the applicant and yourselves in relation to the spread of dust and the proximity of those affected, and I wonder if you might be able to say a little bit more about that.
So I don't know if you remember, but at the last deputation, I think the question around dust was asked, and I think the applicant says that dust after 100 metres was kind of irrelevant, something along, I can't remember the exact words, but it was 100 metres was mentioned. But I would urge the committee to seriously question that statement. So the IAQM guidance, in fact, actually, basically the applicant's report subsequently concludes that because sensitive receptors are at least 400 metres away, that they don't believe dust monitoring is necessary. And that's on page 9 of their own document. So it talks about Coney Park being 400 metres away. But then the applicant's own graph in their own document doesn't say zero dust at 400 metres. If you're interested, it's in the graphs on pages 9 and 10 of their air quality document. The granite quarry dust deposition graph still shows measurable deposition at hundreds of metres. It's the PM10 graph shows generally declining towards zero. The report characterises this as demonstrating minimal influence at 400, but not an absence of influence. So the applicant themselves acknowledges that dust particles can travel more than 400 metres and that PM10 can persist beyond this point. So the nationally accepted guidance, which interestingly is being updated next year in 2027. So the national guidance, the IAQM guidance, says you have to look at what creates the dust. And the application talks about the quarry. It doesn't talk about any other dust creating areas around that, but the guidance does say that includes roads. So the road is a dust generating activity, and the closest houses to the road are about 80 metres. So it is a massive issue. And I'd also like to remind the committee that the bits of dust that travel further than the 400 metres are the ones that are carcinogenic. That's the silica, that's the ones that affect health.
It's helpful, thank you. And the final question, so I did decide on 3 actually. The final question is around road safety. So I was having a look at the transport assessment last night, and I just wanted to get your thoughts around the number of HGVs coming through Banknock and no limitation around the school travel times, and whether it's clear whether there is or is not any limitation around school hours.
Well, interestingly, if you've had a look at the transport assessment, and it was briefly touched on last time, it talks about 130 two-way HGV movements, and then its conclusion refers to 13 entry and 13 exit movements each hour over a 10-hour day, which would amount to double that at 260. So I do believe that's a question for the applicant that needs to be clarified. But it does actually also state production depends on market demand and the distribution of quarry traffic is not static. So if they extract more than 350,000 tonnes a year, then there is a reasonable question to be asked about whether or not the number of HGV journeys will go up, and who's going to police that if there's no condition in place to say, well, the maximum you're allowed is the 130 two-way movements per working day. So if there's no condition, what's going to stop them putting 200 lorries through Banknock a day, 250 lorries through Banknock a day? And I would like to just remind the committee, the applicant acknowledges that sections of the footway on the AA03 are below standard. There's no formal cycle facilities on the AA03. The transport assessment does also not take into account the 700 plus houses that are planned for Banknock and the traffic impact that that's going to have on the number of cars on the road, and how that's going to kind of impact. And also in relation to that application, there are 4 new, if you know Banknock at all, there are 4 new pedestrian and traffic controlled traffic light systems going in between the Bog Road roundabout, which is just past the Esso garage, and the new traffic lights at the motorway, which is probably about half a mile. So within half a mile, you've got 5 sets of traffic lights. So you've also got a school there where you've got idling lorries, and HGVs at what they're talking about are between 2,500 and 5,000 times more of an impact on air quality and road condition than the average family car. So the traffic assessment simplifies everything very conveniently, in my opinion. You know, they've said the traffic increase is 3%. That's very, very simplifying the issue at hand. The campaign for better transport, HGVs are 5 times more likely to be involved in fatal accidents. You've got 400 houses being built the opposite side of a school. So you are going to have the children of those 400 houses crossing a road with increased HGV traffic, of which there's no condition that they can have as many as they like on the road. And HGVs are 5 times more likely to be involved in fatal accidents outside schools. There's no condition in place that says they cannot operate. It says that they won't operate during kind of school hours. But one of the things that I said, the applicant says HGVs will typically not be present during school travel times. But what is actually going to prevent them operating during school arrival and departure periods? And will this be secured by a condition? If it's not secured by a condition, then I guess the question to the committee is, if the transport assessment is a mitigating action that they won't operate it during school, then it should be a condition. If they're saying they're mitigating, we'll only do 65 or 132, 132 age only 65, they're 65 back, and that's a mitigating condition to making the transport assessment viable, then that should be a condition. So I would urge the committee to maybe make it a condition. You're only allowed 65 journeys. You're only allowed to work up to 8:30 and after 9:30, up to 2:30 and after 3:30. And that will protect the community. You can't have a promise in a planning document that mitigates their actions and allows them to do an activity without putting a condition on it that protects the community.
That's helpful. Sorry, I've thought of a fourth question. I will apologise. I'm just building on
Councillor
that.
Colley, if we could keep it brief, then.
I will.
There's other members looking to come in.
I'll keep it very brief. So, in your view, should the transport assessment be undertaken that takes account of the upcoming development, including the additional sets of lights? Would that make more sense?
I think it should. I think the transport assessment should possibly not be done by the applicant. I think it should be a much less kind of more well-rounded look at it by the committee. I think it should include the upcoming developments. It should include the upcoming kind of road traffic lights. It should include the type of traffic that's on the road and how that's going to impact on the air quality, how it's going to impact on kind of the road surfaces. Is that HGVs weigh a lot more than cars? Is that going to impact on flood risk if the roads decline? Who's going to pay for that? Is it Falkirk Council? Is it the applicant? Is it North Lanarkshire Council? I think there's a lot more questions that need to be asked, particularly around the transport assessment.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Colley. Bailey Kerr.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. Can I go back to the question that Councillor Spears asked regarding new aggregates? North Lanarkshire gave permission for Tom Fine to be, I don't know if it's called mined or whatever it is called. So there's no dispute about that, because we didn't have we didn't have a say in that. So that's already been given. Permission's already been given for the mining, whatever it is, in Tom Fine. So what I'm asking you is, see, when we speak about lorries going in and out of Backnock, are you aware that all the lorries will go through Backnock, or will they go either way towards Mentone and Kilsyth?
The transport assessment says that they expect 117 to go through Banknock out of the 130. So 117 journeys out of 130 will go through Banknock. So it is a massive percentage. Because if you think about, if it's North Lanarkshire, it goes to West Central, Land Bank, the majority of it will go towards Glasgow. So the obvious way to get to Glasgow and the quickest is to go through Banknock. They can't use the old road that the old quarry used to use because that's now inaccessible to all traffic. So they either go through Kilsyth and that direction towards Glasgow, or they go the quickest route to get to the motorway junctions is through Banknock.
Right, thank you. Going back to my question regarding new aggregates, I'm sure, well, I don't know, I'm assuming that somebody would ask the question that North Lanarkshire Council regarding have we maxed out the amount that we can take. Do you know if that question was asked?
I don't know whether that question was asked. I do know that the council made the decision in 3 minutes to grant permission for the quarry. There were no deputations. There was no consideration of community impact. I don't know what question was asked of their land banking, but that's, I guess, a question for. I do know that there has. I think it was in something I got sent the other day that the question has been sent to the Ombudsman, I believe it is, around the planning decision made by North Lanarkshire. So I think there's questions arising around that. I think Banton Community Council possibly put in a complaint.
You've answered my next question. I was going to ask you, did you object to dumb fines through North Lanarkshire?
Did I personally?
Yes.
No, because I didn't know it was coming up.
Right, okay.
So, I mean, we're obviously a neighbour, but we didn't get informed, despite the fact that their boundaries are boundary. So we weren't told, we weren't informed that it was coming back around. It was a bit of a surprise to everybody, I think, that the application was kind of put back on the table. So, and that it went to committee that quickly.
Okay.
So I do know that the local councils, the local kind of, Banton Council has definitely done something.
And then I take this wrong the way I'm going to ask you this, because I just think you've been very knowledgeable in what you've been saying. Are you an expert in any subjects that you've brought forward to the committee?
No, not at all. I just read and I put things together. So there are 80 documents in that planning application, and I think I've read every one several times over. And if I take out my own personal opinion on this, I still come to the conclusion, my kind of, if I take my heart out and I look at it kind of with my head, is I still can't see how this application can go ahead based on policy. So, and that's not me going, I don't want it there. It's not me going, oh, it's not nice to have a quarry on my doorstep. There'll be objectors. There'll be people who don't mind the quarry being there. There'll be people who don't really care. But actually, policy is there for a reason. Committees are there for a reason. And, planning applications are like the one we saw earlier. They go against policy. They go for policy. So through all of my reading, I'm a layman. I'm not an expert in all of this, but I can read, and I can't see how the evidence meets policy. In fact, all I can see is it's going against policy.
Thank you very much, and I'll have questions for other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. I'm seeing no other hands online. I'm seeing no other lights on for members in the room to ask questions. That being the case, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I'll let you
Thank you very much.
Seats. We're just dealing with a small spillage on the desk in the room, so we'll give officers just a wee minute or two just to clear that up before we invite the next deputation to come along. Councillor Spears?
Just now to officers before the next delegation.
No. We hear the next deputation. We ask questions of the next deputation, and then we go back to questions to officers after Kevin has had his opportunity to respond to any information within the deputation.
Big favour to ask. Anybody got a spare pen as mine's has run out?
No, I didn't give much.
There we go. The kindness of others. Okay, if we can bring forward Stephen McLaughlin, Kim McLaren and Chris Woodhouse, the agents to be received as a deputation for this item. Okay, if same procedure, I'll ask you to introduce yourselves first, starting with yourself. You with your lights on. You should have your lights on.
Thank you. So my name is Stephen McLaughlin and I represent Wholesome UK.
Kim McLaren, I'm a director with Ironside Flowers. We're planning environmental consultants.
I'm Chris Woodhouse, technical director at Enviro, and we're involved in the water environment aspects of the application.
Excellent, thank you. If I could just ask you to move your microphones just a bit closer to you, so they're all picked up for everybody in the room and online, that'd be really helpful. So same process. You have 10 minutes between you to speak, and then following that there'll be an opportunity for members to ask questions. Now, just from a procedural perspective, there was roughly 30 minutes of questions to the last deputation. If members are so minded, we will give that time to ask questions to yourselves too, but no more than that sort of 30 minutes. We've obviously spent a significant period of time on this application already, but just in the interest of fairness, if members' questions go that far, we will allow that 30 minutes today. So take it away when you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you. Good morning. I think before I start, I'm very grateful to the previous deputation. I know I find it a difficult thing to do myself, to stand up in front of people. There's just a couple of things that were raised that I want to respond to. So in terms of NatureScot and an organised meeting, now we have spoken with NatureScot, but I'm not aware of any meeting that's planned on site. But as you'll find out later on, liaison with NatureScot is an ongoing process. In terms of, a lot of discussion seemed to be about Tom Fine, and again, they are interlinked, but a lot of questions about planning conditions and policy for Tom Fine are related to Tom Fine, and obviously we want to consider the restoration of Cowden Hill. In terms of the number of vehicles, is 65 vehicles in, 65 vehicles out, and that's in the transport assessment. I think it's 3.4.1, and that's based on 350,000 tonnes a year. Over the 21 years, and the number of lorry movements. So, I just want to be clear on that. I think we talked about that before. And I think just a point that was made about not being aware of the application. Now, we did 2 consultations, one in Banton and one in Banknock, and at that point we said there's going to be a planning application. North Lanarkshire Council advertised that. I was at the application back in April. And then obviously we're now dealing with this. So I spoke to this committee in May about the restoration of Cowden Hill and why it's needed. The application was considered, it was continued to consider matters relating to water management and the environment. And I guess I want to talk about those points in more detail. Wholesome acquired the rights to Tom Fine Quarry around 2007. About that time, the landowner went to court to gain control of Cowden Hill from the previous operator, a process that I understand took considerable resources and about 4 years to complete. This ensured that operations at Cowden Hill came to an end. The landowner and Wholesome agreed a deal to use the access road from the 803 to Tom Fine. At this time, we committed to using our expertise to complete the restoration works at Cowden Hill to make it safer, less attractive to kids who might want to swim in there, and to ensure that a proper water management system was put in place. No restoration has taken place since the previous operator stopped in 2011. Our restoration will seek to make the quarry a less attractive place to trespassers and reduce the risk of flooding. The plan will regrade steep cliff faces to reduce gradients, construct rockfall containment bunds, raise the quarry floor to lower water levels, introduce an engineered outflow to control water flow to the Doubt Burn, and maintain secure fencing and signage alongside increased passive surveillance from our operations at Tom Fine. If this application is not granted, then the quarry will remain unrestored. At the previous committee, it was agreed that our application would be continued to allow committee members to understand more about water management and a number of other environmental matters. There were a number of key points raised that I would like to respond to. First, we talked about Scottish Water. SEPA is the body that deals with water management. And ultimately, they're the body that will introduce permitting, enforce any rules if they're not followed. SEPA has been consulted and has not objected to any of our proposals. At the previous meeting, we were asked whether creating a channel from the quarry void to the Doubts Burn would result in increased flooding. The quarry will contain a small water body. The level will be controlled by an outfall, which will drain by gravity to the Doubts. The calculations submitted in support of our application show a reduction in flood risk downstream because of this outfall, and therefore will provide a flood risk betterment. It should be noted that the drainage associated with the access road will result in betterment as well. In addition to this, Tom Fine Quarry, again a different consent, will contain settlement ponds and an outflow as water attenuation. With this attenuation on site, the flood risk will be reduced, and once again, this will be betterment. At the last meeting, we talked about what was referred to as the railway pond, which is the pond close to where our wheel wash will be. We were asked if our development would increase flooding or contamination in this pond. In fact, the opposite is true. The water at present outflows eastwards towards Coney Park. The proposed drainage works will create a controlled outfall to the west, directing flows away from Coney Park and reducing the flood risk to residents. Finally, we talked about the wheel wash. This will use a two-stage cleaning system and will recycle the water it uses, with no discharge of wash water to the environment. Mud and sediment removed from vehicles will be collected and managed in a closed-loop system and will be disposed of appropriately. This means the wheel wash will not cause pollution or increase flood risk. This is strategically situated at the top of the paved road so that we won't introduce dust, mud, or other contaminants onto the public road. To summarise, the restoration of Cowden Hill will result in betterment for the local area with regard to flood risk, and it will not introduce contamination. Both Falkirk Council Flood Team and SEPA have reviewed and are happy with our proposals. Previous meeting we talked about Japanese knotweed. I won't go into that in any great detail, but we have done a survey and there's a condition 2, which will deal with that. I think the final point I want to focus on is something we've spent quite a lot of time already on, which is Nature Scot. To start with, why are we doing this? What is the need to relocate the Great Crested Newts? Questions over, will we deliver significant biodiversity enhancement? Once again, the main reason for carrying out the work is safety. To carry out the restoration works, we need to relocate the newts. This is something that is done. It has to be licensed by Nature Scot, and they will be involved in the process. We have prepared a considerable number of surveys. These are all uploaded to North Lanarkshire Council and Falkirk's websites, and we consulted on them. These surveys have been shared with Falkirk Council and Nature Scot. It is crucial to understand that this is an ongoing process. It cannot be finalised at this stage. So Nature Scot haven't given their final opinion on this. They will ultimately have to see our restoration plans and then they will have to licence the site. Nature Scott have been consulted on our proposals and did not object to them. There was reference earlier on to them being contacted again. We have spoken to them again, but we understand they haven't changed their position. We confirmed to Falkirk Council that Wholesome understands what is required and that the scheme is licensable. Their application has been assessed against NPF 4 Policy 3. We have provided information to Falkirk Council to demonstrate significant ecological enhancement. Condition 2 of our planning conditions cannot be discharged until Wholesome submits a detailed restoration plan and this is approved. Falkirk Council will need to be satisfied that we have demonstrated significant ecological enhancement. Finally, Nature Scott will need to comment on our species protection plan and they will need to be satisfied before they grant that licence for the newt habitat. I just want to clarify, we're not looking to destroy newts, we're looking to move them, and this is something that is industry practice. We've been involved in this project for a long time, in the planning of this project, and we understand the residents have concerns, and we're very respectful to hear the opinions and the concerns of the residents. However, I hope it's clear that we're prepared to listen to those concerns. We will continue to do this to ensure that the residents have a voice, they'll have access to the quarry manager at Tom Fine, but also to a community liaison group. In summary, by approving the application today, it would enable Wholesome to deliver a safe, restored landscape, active flood risk betterment, and an expanded habitat for wildlife. Without this consent, the quarry remains unrestored and unmanaged. I'd like to thank you for your time and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll open up to questions from members. I think I will indulge my own question first. There has been a great number of comments and discussion around about environmental concerns, including biodiversity loss, habitat loss, and the relocation of a population of a protected species. And whether or not there's a significant population of millions or a population of 2 or 3, the existence of that protected species on the site must take some form of priority. In terms of your plans going forward with this, were we be minded to grant this application, what would be your plans to ensure that any relocation is successful? How would you plan to work with nature agencies to ensure that that's the case? And do you have any future plans to maintain and monitor the success of that relocation?
Okay, well, I'll say a couple of comments and maybe I'll let Kim answer as well. So I think the key is that we have to design this restoration plan. So we'll put concepts forward. So there has to be a detailed restoration plan and that needs to be provided under condition 2. As part of that, we will engage with Nature Scott. So they will understand what we're doing. I mean, it is a big project. So this isn't the reduction in habitat, it's an expansion of habitat. So we'll move this habitat to the east of the existing Cowden Hill quarry void. And in doing that, Nature Scott must be satisfied. So the lady before mentioned the 3 conditions. We have to make sure that Nature Scott are happy, or we just won't get the licence. Now, the key is you don't want this in front of you today if it's not licensable. But we know that Nature Scott have confirmed that they believe this is licensable. But it does require work. But we're aware of that, and we have consultants to advise us to ensure that we do what is needed to do to satisfy Nature Scott. I don't know, Kim, if you want to add anything to that.
I think so. Newt translocation, I think I would agree with the previous deputation. It's not your first position. So I think because we do have a health and safety issue at the current Cowden Hill void and the requirement to drain down that water body, make faces safe, we can't do that with the newts in situ. So what we are doing and proposing is to translocate. I've been involved in the translocation of the newts at Gartcosh, which members may be aware of. There was a newt translocation done for the Banknock housing development, which is just east of us. So it isn't your primary object, you wouldn't choose that as your first because it is intensive. There is a whole guidance note on how you translocate newts. We need to follow that mitigation. We submitted a species protection plan with our application, which covers the general approach to that translocation exercise, including how that fencing is put in, because it's a system of one-way fencing where we effectively have to trap those newts and then translocate them physically to a set of ponds that we will have already created and established to the east of the site. And the previous deputation is correct, it is not, it does take time. Those ponds will have to be established. But with monitoring, there will be then ongoing monitoring of that population. So it will be done, usually you would prepare the location for the mitigation first, prior to then doing the setting up of the translocation exercise, and then we would be using a specialist team in order to do that. The licence then would be granted on the basis of the species protection plan and the detail contained within that. And a crucial detail of that will be that detailed restoration plan. So we'll have the detailed restoration plan for the Cowdenhill Void, and obviously we've got a pond design, which is multiple ponds with hibernaculum, which create that additional habitat, not just for the newt that we have there, because I think it's fair to say that the newt population when we started this project was much lower. They've had a great jolly old time in the period, which is what newts do. They've been very successful. And so our translocation also has to accommodate that increased population, so additionality. And that's something that NatureScot will look at. And then that monitoring will be in place as part of that licence application. So for the likes of Gartcosh, that population has been monitored over a number of years to look at how well they've done. There's been a PhD, I understand, on Gartcosh looking at translocation. So it is an established technique, and it is something that NatureScot would look at. Obviously, we're very closely working with that team.
Thank you. From what you're saying there, the translocation that will take place seems to be close to the original site. Yeah. Is that my understanding? So in terms of, in terms of distance, my assumption from my very limited knowledge of these issues is that the further away they are from the originating site, the less chance it is of being successful.
So I think the newts will always try to go back to what they consider to be their breeding ponds. So if we've got ponds, and we've got more than one pond, and we've got ponds at Tom Fine as well. So part of it is looking at the existing ponds that you've got. We obviously have to exclude them from the existing void, the filled void, in order to drain that down. You can't drain that down, obviously, while they're using it. So we have to create that new habitat first, translocate them, and then do the works within the void. Within the restoration plan as it currently stands, there is great crested newt pond habitat within it. So we did plan for that. There may need to be more. We may look at that as part of the restoration plan, whether we've got additional ponds, but certainly at the moment it is trying to keep them within that proximity. There is the population to the east at Banknock, whether they originally were, part of a same meta population. That's always, you never quite know where newts have originated from and where their kind of original position was. But certainly Falkirk has a good stronghold population in both this site and across it at Banknock.
So just to clarify further, and this will be the last point I make on this one, there's already an established
designed for them specifically. So the hibernacula that we put in the pond design has to be particular because they like certain water depths and the habitat that we have to put in or around it. But that design information would all be part of that. We've already set it out within the species protection plan, which is what NatureScot have been consulted on. That would then go to that further level of detail, because obviously we have to go through a separate licensing process, and that will go in front of their licensing team, and they may have additional questions that they want to ask or detail that they need us to provide. But yes, broadly, we're creating that additional habitat, new habitat for them.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. You did jump in with some of my questions before they allowed the board members, convener, to ask some.
I'm sorry, Councillor Spears, could you repeat what you've just said there?
I'm saying you asked some of the questions I was going to ask. You came in before some of the board members got the chance.
Okay,
you used your privilege as convener. Thank you.
Yeah.
The question has arisen with consultation of the people of Banknock. Can you fully explain what consultation's taken place and how many times?
So we had, as well as advertising, again, Kim, you'll keep me right in that, we had 2 consultation events back in, now obviously, Councillor Spears, this goes back to 2012. It's obviously a long running matter, but having been reinstigated again, we had a consultation in the Banknock Community Hall in January 2025 and in Banton maybe about a month after that. And at that, we explained the proposals, which technically haven't changed a lot over the years, but we explained the new proposals, and those proposals are what are in front of you just now.
I've got various questions, but I need to ask them to the officers. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Forrest.
Thank you, convener. And don't worry, you weren't alone. You asked the questions I was going to ask as well regarding the relocation. And thank you for your precise answer. One of the things that concerned me when last we were here was the wheel wash and, where exactly the debris and everything else was going to go. And you have said that it will be disposed of appropriately. Can you describe that? Can you tell us a bit about it?
Yeah.
Where is it going to go? How is it going to get disposed of?
So effectively, it would be it tends to be silt and mud, which can be disposed of. If it becomes a waste, it has to be taken off site. So it effectively has to be assessed, and then it would be reviewed and then disposed of. But it goes into. It's designed. I mean, they're big systems. The lorry has to drive into it. There's water jets onto the lorry, and then the mud is collected. The water is recycled, and what it leaves is a solid waste, and then that has to be disposed of, according to waste regulations.
Right. It's just the proximity of the Japanese knotweed concerns me as well, and if you were taking this sludge ever off-site, you could be transporting the knotweed. Is there
I think there's probably 2 elements to that. If there's a waste, it has to be dealt with. Waste has to be recorded and dealt with appropriately. But the other thing is that we're going to deal with the Japanese knotweed, and that's a condition as well. So we have to identify the knotweed under, I think it's condition 2. And we'll need to maintain and eradicate that. So we've looked to remove that problem to start with. But then if something's been taken off site and it's a waste, it has to be disposed of accordingly.
Right. And you have a process in place, or you plan to have a process in place to cover the Japanese knotweed?
Yes.
Will that be able to be started on day 1? Should it go ahead?
Under that, we will be required to show our plans for the eradication of Japanese knotweed. Something we've actually done. After the last committee meeting, we commissioned DRS to do a survey. So we're very much aware of what's there now. But I understand before we start, we need to demonstrate what we're going to do with.
Yeah, so I think condition 2 certainly requires that plan of works is needed to be submitted to the council for approval. So I think following on from the survey that DRS have done, that's followed on as a commission for them to then come up with that eradication, treatment and monitoring plan to ensure that that's obviously been removed correctly from site, but also that there is ongoing monitoring to ensure that there isn't additional stands that are noted, because obviously we're on a public road, there are other sources, you've got water courses and the like. So it is an ongoing process to ensure that we've eradicated, monitored, and that we continue to control anything that is on site.
This is what concerns me. A plan is different from an action. It may take you months to be able to put that plan in place, in which time you could be spreading the knotweed, etc. And that is the bit that concerns me. It concerned me last time. It still does this time. So I would ask I'll ask the officers in a wee while if we can make that conditional. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Forrest. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, convener, and thanks very much for your presentation. 3 questions. With regards to, as already stated by Councillor Forrest, regarding the wheel wash, did you mention it was a self-contained wheel wash?
Yeah, it's what's known as a closed loop. So
Aye.
effectively, everything goes in. And it's then the water can be used. So the water's recycled.
Yeah.
To clean future lorries, but it doesn't drain off into the road. It's designed specifically to keep the mud and the sediment contained.
I know exactly what ones you're talking about. I just wanted to make sure that that's the one that you were meaning. And it was mentioned previously regarding the air pollution. Can you come? I never got your second name, so apologise for calling you Kim. Regarding air pollution, and it we mentioned 80 metres to 100 metres. Can you elaborate on your findings of how the air pollution might or might not reach a certain amount of?
So I think we're aware from previous operations that dust was a significant concern to local residents, and I think that was something that came up repeatedly, obviously, in previous consultation and the latest that we've done. The most important aspect of any successful and quarry operation is control of dust at source. So once dust has been is allowed to become fugitive dust, that's the problem. So there's a dust management plan that has been submitted as part of the application. If we look at Cowden Hill particularly, so the restoration, we don't have processing activity in the same way that obviously an active quarry at Tom Fine will have processing equipment on site, and what we would expect to see as part of that is that those would all have dust suppression equipment attached to it, whether that's spray bars and monitoring to ensure that that's being done and that the site is dampened down. With regards to then what happens as lorries are leaving site, the wheel wash is a really important component of that because you're removing material from vehicles before they're leaving the site. What you tend to find is that as quarry vehicles exit, if there's dust then deposited on a road, that's the dust that's then allowed to dry and it will lift. And you get that that stir that you often see. Preventing that at source is actually really the most critical part of any quarry, and that's why the wheel wash is located where it is. You've then got the addition of a road sweeper that we would be using on that public road to ensure that the public highway is maintained in a clean and safe condition. So it really is ensuring that the dust management is in place and that is implemented. One of the things we talked about at the previous committee was how that monitoring and compliance is done. That's done through obviously community liaison group, which would exist for the quarry, plus the quarry manager who would be the main contact. You then also have a planning monitoring officer, an independent planning monitor officer, who would be responsible for reporting back to the council to ensure that those checks have been done. So any complaints that would be raised are recorded as part of that process. So what you would expect is that the quarry manager, if there are complaints, there would be additional checks on what the weather conditions were on a particular date, whether there were any visible issues and what those might be. But as I say, the critical thing is making sure that dust is controlled at source through a correct dust management plan.
Thanks. I'm glad you highlighted that the Cowden Hill, there isn't any dust going to be coming from Cowden Hill because it's the restoration we're speaking about. And probably second last question, it was mentioned about the lorries, about the emissions for the lorries. How will that, regarding the type of lorry that's going to be, because it was mentioned, and how that will be suppressed to not give on any pollution?
I think, and again, Kim will probably come in here as well, but there's been a couple of things mentioned about the Euro 6 compliant lorries. Now, it's not to say there will never be a non-Euro 6 compliant lorry comes into the quarry, but the vast majority of our quarries operate with these. What's not understood about these, I can't explain all of the technology to you, but it's using AdBlue. So if you imagine you've got an AdBlue receptor in a family car, there's not much room for it. Whereas in an HGV lorry, there's a lot more room for the converter. So these lorries, the internet, Kim will keep me right on the organisation, but this has been studied, and effectively the pollution or the nitrous oxide from one of these lorries can be less than a family car. And that sounds fantastical, but it's because of the catalytic converter. So I think there's misunderstandings.
Can I just ask you to hold on for a second? If there's commentary from the gallery, if I could ask everyone sitting in the gallery to let people speak and not interrupt or intervene. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say. Yeah.
And probably my last question: will Tom Fines continue if the restoration is refused?
I think the answer there is you could seek a legal opinion to see if Tom Fine could be operated itself. I think that's not something that Wholesome are proposing. You know, if somebody else became involved, they might invest in that. But I think our agreement with the landowner is that we have the right to access that road. We have the right to quarry at Tom Fine, but part of that is that we will do the restoration works. And the biggest part of that is the safety element.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bailey Kerr. Bailey Buchanan.
Thank you very much. First of all, Debbie could I say that I would like to congratulate the young lady that came in initially and did a presentation, which was one of the best presentations that I've heard. Considering that she had stated quite clearly she was a layperson, I think that says quite a lot. My question to you, and she brought the question up, was the fact is that there's a concern in relation to whether they're going to be allowed regarding the schools, you know, in terms of the passing traffic. Could you tell us, is there going to be an agreement reached regarding that there'll be no traffic when the schools are going in and when the schools are coming out? Thank you, sir.
Is that directed at me?
Okay, yeah, I'm going to clarify, Bailey Buchanan. Was that directed at the deputation, or was that directed at myself as deputy convener?
No, that was directed at the deputation.
Okay, thank you.
My understanding is that, well, we're not proposing to do that, and the reason is the quarry will open, in the morning. You would tend to have the lorries sort of ready to go, or the lorries come in. They would tend to do that from sort of after 7 o'clock, but then it tends to go quiet, and it tends to be quiet round about school hours. It becomes difficult if you start restricting quarry movements round about 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock or later on. You start getting traffic building up, and it's actually counterproductive. So people believe that it might be a good idea to say that you can't be there at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock, but in actual fact, you want the trucks to come in, to do what they need to do, and to leave, and you don't want a situation where there's a bottleneck because of that. So that's something we've always resisted, restricting traffic around school hours.
Thank you.
Kim, do you want to?
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is that there was discussion with Falkirk Council Roads Department around the planning conditions for particularly for road traffic and things like driver behaviour. So I think all of Wholesome's drivers and anybody that is taking an HGV vehicle on site would be required to do things like driver inductions. I mean, that's standard practice for all of Wholesome sites. So I think we had set out what our approach to managing that traffic and making sure that all operators and all HGV drivers were aware of the correct routes to use and also the sensitivities around those routes. That's part of that driver training. So that was something that was discussed with Falkirk Roads team.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see, Provost Bissett.
Thanks very much. Thanks for your presentation. See the lorries when they're loaded up, will they be harped over as well?
It'll be sheeted, yeah.
Right. You mentioned significant ecological enhancement, but could you maybe just expand on that? What it actually means?
Talk about that.
Yeah, so what we have got is obviously a whole series of ecological survey work that's been completed on site from the original application and the environmental statement through to updates done in 2021 and then again in 2025 to ensure that we had that updated data set. NPF4, particularly policy 3B, which relates to applications which are EIA development, which this one is, it's a major application in EIA development, requires us to demonstrate that we can deliver significant ecological enhancement as part of our proposals. Part of that, obviously, we have a condition that requires us to submit a further level of detail of a restoration plan. However, what we have done to date is looking at that. We did submit an updated ecological assessment. We have looked at obviously the capacity of species on site, recorded quite a number of species that we have there. Obviously, peregrine was mentioned, Barna. We've got the great crested newt population. We have other protected species that are on the wider site all the way up to Tom Vine. So in our view, under policy 3B, they're required, so obviously Falkirk Council, actually the duty sits with them under Scottish Government policy that was released in 2025. We don't yet have that Scottish NatureScot biodiversity metric. NatureScot are preparing that at the moment. In discussions that I had with NatureScot, one aspect is that restoration plan might come at a point when their metric is in place and therefore you would assess it against that. If not, typically we would be looking at what the existing ecological capacity is currently. So you would normally have your habitat and your protected species surveys, and then we would be looking at that restoration plan as we are preparing the detailed one under condition to ensure that we can demonstrate that significant enhancement. But we're confident at this point, obviously the restoration that we had included both additional habitat creation, but I think also importantly recognise that there are areas of existing habitat that actually you may want to retain. There are areas that have been self-seated that provide habitat for nesting birds and the like. So it's not a case of going in and changing absolutely everything. I think the focus has to be on the unsafe water void, which has just been allowed to fill without it being designed to hold that water, and then those faces as well. So the restoration is very targeted at that health and safety element. So we will look obviously again at that restoration plan in consultation with the ecological team, as well as Falkirk Council's biodiversity and NatureScot at the time, to ensure that we've covered that policy correctly.
Thanks for the answer. On the great crested newts, there's quite a lot in Falkirk district. There's a lot down at the pineapple. Do you create a sort of mimic the current habitat when you're moving them so you don't unsettle them if that's...
Yeah, I mean, great crested newts are actually, they do seem to quite like, I mean, you see them at Gartcosh on sites that actually are quite, that brownfield site where you've got, you wouldn't think, prime ecological site, but they do often, tend to thrive in those locations. So I think we are trying to create, obviously through the mitigation, we're creating what would be considered as sort of optimal habitat based on the guidance that exists. So NatureScot guidance, but particularly English Nature guidance, which is the sort of standard for them. In terms of creating additional habitat within the actual Cowdenhill Void, we have included a pond there, and it will depend on the type of that. But usually they like particular water depth, particular, obviously emergent vegetation. They do enter the ponds to breed, and then they will leave the ponds obviously to hibernate. So it's providing both aspects of habitat for them. But yes, it will be an optimal habitat for them that would be designed as part of that.
Quite confident it could be moved safely and...
I mean, I think we have the benefit of the fact that it has been done in Scotland a number of times on large sites. So Gartcosh is the classic example where the nature reserve was created for them, and that's managed and operated by North Lanarkshire Council. And that population have been very successful in terms of both the translocation, but then the success of that population over time. Banknock was a similar approach in terms of facilitating development by creating additional habitat for them. So I think NatureScot, obviously with it being European protected species, they have to be confident that will be done in line with the legislation. So it is very tightly controlled.
Okay, thank you. And just on number of lorries, and you said 65 in and out.
Yeah.
Might that go up based on demand?
I don't think it can go up based on demand because the consent is for 7 million tonnes, which is broken down to 350,000 tonnes. So if we do that, then we're exceeding our output.
Okay.
And then that would be monitored by the compliance officer.
It might go down, no? So that's the figure.
It could certainly go down, depending on the market. But we are audited by BSI as well. I think I mentioned that before. So we have to provide our tonnages every year to BSI, and ultimately that would be flagged as a non-conformance.
What is the aggregate used for roads? Or
it can be used for roads, it can be used for ready-mix concrete, it can be used for asphalt. There's a whole, I think sometimes people are surprised at how much it's used for. There's also an argument over sustainability, that do you import the aggregate, or do you manufacture it? And I appreciate the subtlety between Falkirk and North Lanarkshire Council, but there's an argument for producing this material locally.
So is it creating jobs?
It is creating jobs. I think there's the 15 operatives on site, and then there's lorry drivers. It supports sales teams. It supports myself. So that the level of skill is high. The level of skill to operate a quarry is significant, as it is to be a fitter or to be involved. So I think there is we've not made a huge point of that, to do with this application, because it's to do with restoration. Obviously, we covered that in the Tom Fine, but there is a benefit from an economic point of view.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We're rapidly running out of time, Councillor Forrest, so a very brief question.
Yeah, it's a very quick question, if you wouldn't mind. And with your indulgence, I apologise. I should have thought about it, but Provost reminded me. And that is the number of trucks, 65.
65 in and out. So basically,
yeah, so the 165
65
trips,
drive in and back out.
130 trips.
Correct.
Could you just tell me about the hours again? What hours they would operate?
The hours of the quarry, I think, are 7 till 7, but there is, and I don't have this in front of me, but there's a calculation in our transport assessment, which I think is 3.4.1, and it explains how you get to the 130 trips based on the size of lorry and based on the hours.
I'm just working it out. That's 12 hours.
It is, but it's done on the basis of active hours or hours when
exactly.
When
that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
that was exactly what I'm trying to get at. How many active hours out of that 12?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I would need to clarify that.
Because if you discount any trips past schools, etc., that reduces the number.
Yeah.
And I just did a quick one there of, if it was 7 hours, then you'd be talking about 1 every 4 minutes. So thank you for that.
Thank you. There's no other lights on, no questions or hands that I can see online. So with that, thank you very much for your attendance today. I'll let you get back to your seats. Thank you. I am very conscious of time. I'm also very conscious of the fact that we are around about kind of lunchtime right now. I'm going to open it up to the committee. And I would propose that we break for lunch right now for 45 minutes and then come back and hear from the officer, the responsible officer, before putting questions at that point.
Agreed.
Half an hour. We'll aim for coming back at 2 p.m, but there is leeway. Okay, we'll reconvene in half an hour. Thanks very much. Just want to thank everybody for their indulgence there. We're just slightly over the half-hour mark there. I can see that members online have rejoined, so thank you very much, colleagues. Okay, so prior to breaking for lunch, we were about to hear from our officer Kevin Brown on the quarry void restoration item. We've heard from the two deputations. We've received a significant number of questions from members to both deputations, which is welcome. There's a lot of information in there, so we'll now go to Kevin Brown to give a further update from the officer perspective.
Thank you. I think a lot of there was a bit of counterbalancing going on there with the various questions between the deputies. So I just probably want to draw committee's attention to a couple of key points. The first one being that the application before us is for the restoration of the quarry void itself and not for a new hard rock quarry at Tomfine Farm. That decision's already been taken by North Lanarkshire Council with the decision notice shown on pages 77 to 98 of today's papers. You'll see within there's a large number of conditions which strike at various key matters, some of which were raised in some of the questions earlier. Air quality conditions are in there, dust suppression measures, various environmental conditions as well. So I think that's the key point. And in terms of some of the biodiversity aspects, I would reiterate that the position is that Nature Scot have not got an objection to the application. They have been consulted with the most up-to-date protected species survey information from September 2025, and they've confirmed that that's acceptable to them. The issues surrounding great crested newts and translocation of great crested newts is ultimately an issue for Nature Scot to get a handle on through the licensing process. And as you've heard earlier, there's various checks and balances through that process, which is not something for the council to consider at this point in time. So that's really the key points. I think I'd probably see if members have got questions really from there. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, so Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Might start with a wee bit of a story. We done relocation grounds in Airth some 25 years ago when I was convener of Environment and Heritage, and accidentally they transferred the great crested newts to the upper Braes area where there was a site where the pond outfill was placed. So, in fact, we actually transferred and created a new site for Great Crested Newts. Questions for Falkirk Council? How does this meet policy? Now, development policy, we've had two previous applications. One went against the development policy and went through. The second one was a recommendation, but it was against the development policy. It was still recommended by our planning department. How does this meet our development policy?
Kevin.
Yeah, I think on that, in that sense, I'd draw it back to the basics of what is actually proposed as part of this application. That really dictates what development plan policies are applicable to the assessment of that application. In this case, what we're dealing with here is the restoration of a quarry void, which includes some earth moving works essentially to the Dupes Burn corridor to improve drainage and landscaping improvements primarily for biodiversity reasons and landscape mitigation measures. The second element to it is the access road improvements. Those themselves are exactly as they say on the tin. It's surface and widening of the access road. It's what is before us is not a quarry for Tom Fine Farm. So I know that there was mention previously about the aggregates policies within National Planning Framework 4 and the Falkirk Local Development Plan 2. They're not applicable to this application because this isn't a new hard rock quarry or an extension to an existing hard rock quarry. So I think it's important that members are looking at it from what is actually proposed on the site. Some of the key elements to this really are the biodiversity policies, which have been discussed at quite some length this morning already. Ultimately, in that sense, the applicant has met the terms of that policy by carrying out sufficient survey work to identify protected species and provide mitigation proposals for those. They are looking at nature-based solutions from the perspective of improving the burn corridor and the natural drainage of that. They proposed a series of planting measures and so on, and you'll see that that's reflected in condition 2 of the proposed conditions, where we're seeking further detail essentially on the planting measures and the detail around the Dupes Burn corridor amendments. So yeah, our view is quite firmly that the basis of what's proposed before us today is in accordance with the development plan.
Right, next question. Planning notifications. It was indicated because North Lanarkshire had given a consent in meetings, but the people across the border in Falkirk council area, when they notified, can that be further explained?
It's a cross-boundary application. It's been in since 2012. Sorry. So I can't speak for North Lanarkshire's neighbour notification process or how thoroughly they carried out their requirements from a press advert perspective and these sorts of things. But certainly from Falkirk Council's perspective, neighbour notification was carried out on the proposal. But even prior to that, the applicants carried out consultation events, produced summaries of what came out of the consultation process with the application when it came in 2012. We at that time received a high number of representations to the application, so there was a lot of knowledge of the application both at North Lanarkshire and Cowden Hill at the time of the application's inception in 2012, and that's reflected in there was quite a high presence of people when we had the site visit at Cowden Hill during that process. When the application the application was then made, essentially went dormant for a period of time while there was some legal issues being sorted out with applicants and so on. It was resurrected around about 2024, and Falkirk Council's position at that time was to encourage the applicant to carry out additional public consultation events over and above what was required of them by the legislation. And that's what you heard the deputy mentioning earlier. There was 2 public events carried out, one in Banknock, one in Banton. We reconsulted with all the internal, external consultees on the application. We re-neighbour notified a lot of people in accordance with the legislation. And we got a lot of feedback from that process. So yeah, in terms of notification, I'm confident that Falkirk Council's carried out what they need to in terms of the current application, in fact over and above what they're required to. I can't speak for North Lanarkshire and how they administered the Tom Fine elements, unfortunately.
Well, it is concerning that North Lanarkshire, I believe, passed it through in 10 minutes, and the majority of the traffic concerns were actually in Falkirk District, and they didn't get consultation. Well, one in 2012 and then January 2025. So, you know, is there no greater working between the 2 councils so that we know, like you can want to destroy something somewhere, but if all the hassle and traffic and everything is in the other district boundary, across the district boundary, then you're going to have a different viewpoint on it. Okay, the next one is, I think we've really went to town on Nature Scotland's involvement, and we're really at a waiting stage. But it's really about the transport assessment. And there's a friend from Rhodes still here, so he can tell us what assessment's been done regarding this. I think it all comes down to a lot of the concern is the traffic that's gone through Banknock and the times.
Noted. I think we've got Matthew Orr online here from Transport Planning and Andrew McFarland, who can cover off the Roads Development Unit's perspective. But again, on that point, I think it's important to reiterate that the traffic movements which are associated with a proposed quarry at Tom Fine Farm is not for consideration in terms of the assessment. It's not material planning consideration in the assessment of the current application before Falkirk Council Planning Department or Planning Committee. Ultimately, from a Cowden Hill perspective, the traffic movements associated with that would be limited to that works phase of the restoration. Thereafter, it would essentially be a dormant site again, with no excavation being taken in or out of the quarry, and no vehicles on the access roads. So I think that's something to bear in mind, albeit we do have colleagues from transportation who have looked at transport assessment information.
I'm really interested in the effect in Banknock.
Appreciate that.
I think if could bring in either Matthew or is it Andrew?
Yeah, it's probably more me for this one.
Yep, of course.
So I don't know if we had a direct question exactly what Robert, did you have a direct question as to for me to answer? Sorry, I know you mentioned the transport assessment itself, but just as to what question you had through your convener.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Spears.
If you've been listening to the debate, then there's been great concern regarding the increased traffic, and figures have been, I wouldn't say varied, but different figures have been put forward. But I think we're now on about 130 trips, 65 in and 65 out per day, and the times and how a new building development's going to be built across for the school. So you can understand there will be concerns, and they would like to know what traffic assessment plan or aspects have been looked into.
Matthew, are you able to?
Yes, no problem. So as Kevin mentioned, obviously, there was a transport assessment produced. That was primarily in relation to the North Lanarkshire application, but I'm happy to talk about it. As Kevin mentioned, there's no direct traffic associated with this application in question. However, There was some confusion at the beginning around whether it was 130 or 260 trips. However, this was clarified in an updated transport assessment, but I don't believe that was updated on the planning portal. So the lady that was speaking earlier wouldn't have seen that. So that's where that confusion might have come from, but I can confirm it's 130, so 65 in each direction. We did originally ask for restrictions, formal restrictions around the school opening time, enter and exit times for the kids. However, I think the same argument was presented to us as was presented earlier, and we accepted that was fine with some proposals in mind with that around travel planning. So I believe the applicant's agent spoke earlier about it, and they mentioned things like the induction for the wholesome drivers around vulnerable road user training, etc. Induction for all drivers entering the site, standard record keeping of vehicle timed in and out, and liaison with the local school around road safety. I think we also took the view that I believe the school in Banknock is also not actually directly on the 803. I think it's further into the actual town, the village itself. So that was also looked at. So in terms of the transport assessment itself, it didn't look too much further than the site access, but with only around 13 trips per hour in each direction, there was no real need to look any further than that. It's probably the equivalent to something like albeit they're HGVs, a 15 to 20 residential unit scheme in terms of the amount of trip generation you'd expect. But I do appreciate that they're heavy goods vehicles. But hopefully that covers your question.
No, I think it raises more questions than answers, especially the concerns of the residents of Banknock. That's me finished with roads. Can I move on now? Why did planning recommend to grant?
Kevin, if it's not already covered in the paper.
I think there's a recommendation from planning.
I mean, we're all. I'll bring Kevin in just in a second. All of the information that we receive as a committee on why this has been recommended to grant are in the committee papers. But I will go to Kevin for a brief clarification, Councillor Spears.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, as members will be aware, it's an assessment against the development plan first and foremost. Thereafter, a weighing up exercise as to whether or not there are applicable material considerations and how much weight to give to those. In this case, we've assessed it as being in accordance with the development plan, and there not to be any material considerations which would outweigh that position. That's our primary reason for granting. Within that, there's obviously a lot of assessment of individual matters. We've got a lot of representations in there. We've got a lot of consultation responses. And going through those individually, we don't see that there's anything in there that would justify a recommendation to refuse planning permission. And there's also a consideration as to whether or not certain elements can be covered by condition. That's resulted in a variety of planning conditions being attached to the proposed recommendation. Probably the most important one of those has been mentioned today a few times, is condition 2, requiring further detail to be submitted in respect of a variety of measures, but Japanese knotweed being in there, the restoration proposals themselves in terms of the regrading elements of the Dupsburn corridor, planting arrangements, these sorts of things, and the assessment of that will be carried out further down the line. There's also conditions in there in respect of requiring wheel wash facilities and things to be agreed prior to any operations commencing. So, yeah, I hope that gives some answer to your question.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is that you finish your questions? Thank you. Councillor Spears, can I ask before you leave, will you be rejoining the meeting? Okay. Councillor Forrest.
Thanks, convener. It's just what I asked earlier. Should this be decided prior to commencement of work? Could there be a condition put in place to have procedures, not just a plan, but procedures put in place to prevent the spread of Japanese knotweed?
I'm unsure whether that be Kevin or Richard. Kevin?
Yes, so we already have a proposed condition 2, which reads, prior to the extraction of operations commencing at Tom Fine Farm, the following details shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the Planning Authority. One of those being a method statement on the management and eradication of Japanese knotweed at the southern end of the site. It's my view that covers exactly what you're touching on there. There is also additional legislation that would apply in respect of it being essentially an offence to knowingly spread Japanese knotweed and not dispose of it properly and these sorts of things. So I'm not sure there's a need for a further condition, but if that was the tipping point, then I'm sure we could word something to cover what your concerns are.
Thank you. It's to have a procedure in place rather than just a plan, because plans slip. Plans are forward planning, whereas if they have the procedure in place at the time of starting, then that should help a great deal. It should help them as well. That was all. Thank you.
Could I just ask everybody online and in the room to ensure that any mobile device is switched to silent or switched off for the duration of the meeting, please? Yeah, clearly, everybody in the room has heard that your phone is not on silent, Councillor Spears. But I would respectfully ask that you could check to ensure that your ringtones are sent to silent so as not to disrupt the meeting further. I've got Councillor Colley. No? Okay, Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, convener. I mean, so at a different level of decision making. So I mean, I suppose my questions are really about the competence of what we can consider at committee. Some of that's already been answered, but in terms of the situation with Nature Scott and what's in the report, you know, in terms of the assessment of Falkirk Council officers about this would actually, you know, potentially enhance biodiversity, etc. I suppose I want to ask how that decision and assessment was arrived at in view of what we've heard, but also around this issue of the licensing by Nature Scott. Effectively, is it an issue that if we can't really get into a decision, it wouldn't be competent for us to make a decision on whether Nature Scott were likely to license it or not, that if we can't really consider that as a material consideration about whether there would be you know, make difficulties for them in adhering to their 3 policy tests. It'd be great. It'd be good if you could kind of put some meat on the bones around that, please.
Kevin?
Yes, in terms of how we've arrived at the position where we feel it complies with biodiversity policies, ultimately that's based on what's proposed in the drawings and the plans before us today, and a consideration of the consultation responses we've received from Nature Scott so far, which take account of species surveys that have been carried out by the applicant and ecology surveys carried out by the applicants. So ultimately, the Great Crested Newt translocation, assuming that's licensed by Nature Scott, that's for them to administer. It's for them to assess. It's for them to negotiate with the applicants as to what additional requirements are perhaps required within that procedure. that essentially is taken out of consideration of Falkirk Council's hands in the assessment of this application. What we're left with essentially is a consideration of whether the other elements beyond protected species are addressed entirely, and that's where you see a proposal which is in the applicant's eyes justified by the safety requirements for restoration of the quarry void, combined with the proposed planting works and Dupsburn corridor enhancement works, resulting in a net benefit ultimately to the wider environment. So that's essentially how we've treated it. Nature Scott's position on newts is fairly clear. They've said, we continue to advise that ecological surveys undertaken to date and mitigation plans and measures proposed remain sufficient. We also continue to advise that proposed protected species licensing approach is acceptable. We wish to note the likely complexity and cost in meeting their conditions and are content that the applicant is aware of this. So it's not for Falkirk Council to consider whether or not the applicant has deep enough pockets ultimately to achieve the translocation. If Nature Scott aren't happy with that, they won't grant a licence, and the applicants would essentially be back to the drawing board here, and they'd have to find another solution. So I hope that answers your questions, Councillor.
Councillor Murtagh?
Yeah. I mean, it is. So the first thing I wanted to clarify, because you said if it was up to Nature Scott, it is up to Nature Scott to licence this activity definitively. And I suppose what was kind of brought up in the deputations is that no work could commence if Nature Scott were not granted a licence for the relocation. Is that adequately covered within our conditions in terms of work going ahead that we are responsible for granting permission for today?
Kevin. Sorry. The bottom line there is that it would be an offence for the applicants to disturb the newt population. That is the ultimate sort of fallback position there. So I don't think it needs to be covered further by planning conditions in relation to Falkirk Council's recommendation. Ultimately, if Nature Scott aren't in a position to licence it, the applicants wouldn't be able to restore the quarry in the form that they've proposed to date, and they wouldn't have planning permission to do anything else. So they would need to come back to the drawing board. They would need to come back with another solution. I don't know quite what that would be, but that would be what they would have to do.
Okay, so just to clarify, maybe it was Mr. Henderson. I don't know. It would therefore, from my reading, it wouldn't be competent for us, given what the officer recommendation is, and we'd have to present reasons why we go against the officer recommendations. It wouldn't be competent to look at the great crested newt population and put in a condition of our own in that respect. Then,
Kevin, Richard.
Can we give 2 minutes?
Yeah, please indulge officers as they're discussing this.
Thanks.
Richard.
Apologies, convener, for the brief consultation with our legal services manager. I think, as Mr. Brown's outlined, Nature Scott are the government's statutory agency to consider and issue licences. Falkirk Council are considering a plan application here for restoration of a quarry, and the question is really, how can we try and link both of these? They are separately but interlinked processes, and I think that's where we are now. I think paragraph 9 of the report is quite helpful in that regard, Councillor Murtagh, in that we're comfortable with the level of conditions that we have in the report as we have them. Condition 2 is all about the restoration of the site, planting measures, some of the new ponds you heard from the deputy that were locations for translocation of these species. So some of these measures to enhance the biodiversity of great crazy newt species would be included in that species protection plan for that enhanced habitat. And that plan would have to consider working with Nature Scott. The Deputy made reference to future meetings coming up. Nature Scott would be involved in that. They would consider the biodiversity action plans for North Lanarkshire and Falkirk councils to make sure that the licensing process would probably be twin tracked, but also as the applicant was coming forward with the restoration plan, which is effectively the wholly condition to that the elements that they need to do in that plan to meet the terms of the licence were both in track with each other. That's my understanding. So as it stands at the minute, we're comfortable with the conditions as they are, is my initial take on it.
Okay, thanks, Richard. Any further questions, Councillor Murtagh?
Can I think about it and potentially come back in with other questions but I'll let other colleagues go first while I think about this. Thanks.
Thank you. Bailey Buchanan.
I think it was Councillor Colley first, convener.
I've got it noted down for yourself first.
Okay,
Bailey Buchanan.
that's fine. Well, first of all, could I go to Kevin? First of all, I'd like to thank you for the document that we received as a report initially. It was very fulsome. Then obviously there was a situation where members decided they would need to continue on certain aspects to get further information. So once again, Kevin has came forward with a report which had included the conclusions, the questions that had been asked by members. One thing that I would like to ask you, Kevin, is that you brought it up there one or two times, and also initially was the fact is that I think one of the problems that we've had is that there's been a sort of misunderstanding because how these are interlinked with our application and also North Lanarkshire's, that we're all discussing certain areas that's already been decided through the North Lanarkshire application. I would like to ask you then that, having heard all the debates, having heard the representations made by both the objector and the applicant's agents, having heard the questions coming forward from members of the committee, and obviously answers coming forward from officers, you're still happy and contented with the recommendation contained within the second report that you brought forward?
Indeed, there's been a lot of discussion. A lot of information was brought to us at quite a late stage in the process after the papers were issued. And even today's discussion has been very fulsome. I'm not seeing anything within any of that which would alter our recommendation at this time.
Fine, thank you. Through your good self, I'd like to ask one question of Mr. Henderson. Mr. Henderson, now, I was probably one of the only councillors that was the initial meeting that was held at Cowdenhill Quarry many years ago. During that period, members of the committee were given some guidance by our legal representative, and I'm going to ask if that is possible through Mr. Henderson. We have a situation where we have a recommendation coming forward from our council officers, which is agreed the recommendation contained within. If members decide today, if members had decided today to go against that and refuse this application, there will be an opportunity for an appeal, obviously, and will this then concern the council that it could lead to a serious financial loss? Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Mr. Henderson, I'll bring you in on that one. I'm not sure we're fully qualified to talk about financial losses, but
thank you, convener. I think I understand the point that's being made by Bailey Buchanan, that if the committee was to decide to refuse the application, my understanding would be that the applicant would have the opportunity to appeal that decision to the Scottish ministers. I think maybe what you're thinking on Bailey Buchanan is if we take a decision that's quite so unreasonable that the applicant seeks expenses of the appeal process against the council. But I would hope that no decision that would be taken today would be that unreasonable, that that might be something that the Scottish ministers would seek to impose on the council. But I think what you're meaning is the award of expenses through an appeal process against the local authority.
That's exactly right, Mr. Henderson. Just to finish off, that information was given us as guidance before we took a decision the last time, and members had agreed the recommendation from officers. Thank you very much, Convener.
Thank you, Bailey Buchanan. Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thanks. And whilst I appreciate the points around the restoration of Cowden Hill, there is an interlinked point which is about the operations of the quarry, which is around the road. So I think it is appropriate, in my opinion, to be considering that in greater depth. So I think there is more of a link and less of a link in terms of our decision. I wanted to ask two questions. One actually follows on from Councillor Murtaugh's question. And when we look at the conditions around, now let me get the conditions around section 2, is there an opportunity to be explicit around Nature Scots adequately satisfying Nature Scot that are basically a permit or whatever it's called is a legal permission to move the Great Crested Newts is given. Is there an opportunity to be absolutely explicit in there that there's an expectation that the permission is granted on that basis? And I understand the points around there would be a legal offence if you did something without that, but sometimes things can happen accidentally. But I think it's something about reassurance. For me, it's something about reassurance. The second question is around the transport assessment, and the objector raised a point around the assessment had been linked to the current road as opposed to the upcoming significant development in Banknock and associated traffic and the development of additional traffic signals. And I just wondered whether that had been considered or still needed to be considered. So that's my two questions.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. I'll bring Kevin in the first point, but if Matthew could be ready to come in on the second point. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Ian, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks, Councillor Colley. And I note the questions being asked around the certainty over a licence from Nature Scot before works may commence on the restoration. A suggestion may be, and I'm conscious that applicants have a right of appeal against conditions as well as refusal of permission, but a potential solution there may be what's called a Grampian condition. It's a negative suspensive condition that might be worded along the lines of no works will commence until the applicant has been granted a licence from Nature Scot in relation to the relocation of Great Crested Newts. So it might just be as simple as that. Hopefully that would hold up, but it would be for the applicant to consider that, whether they thought that might be something they would seek appeal on. But I think the core element of that is that no works would be stated to commence under the application or permission until the licence had been granted.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Matthew?
Thanks, convener. Just to answer your question, Councillor Colley, any transport assessment that we look at, we go through sort of a scoping process with them, and that involves agreeing things like the area of influence, basically how far and wide that the transport consultant is required to look, and what we also do is we look at the network both at that point in time as well as any future planned works. So I think at the time that we scoped this transport assessment out, the works were underway at Junction 7. And obviously there's further signalised junctions that are going to come online as part of the, I think it's known as the Banknock North development, which is sort of located just to the west of the new signalised slip road. So we considered that at the time, and we looked at the likely impacts of the development, and what we have to follow is transport assessment guidance, which typically looks at doing a threshold assessment. So what percentage of your development traffic is in comparison to the total traffic through any given junction. So that's typically 10%, and if it's in a congested network, which I guess we could consider this to be, it'd be 5%. So that was looked at and considered, and it was determined that there was no need to look as far afield as the slip road junctions, just due to the nature of the development traffic, which has been discussed, sort of spread out over the day, with, I think, the peak hours obviously being the busiest, with some staff movements. But if I recall correctly from memory, that was about 7 extra movements on top of the 13. So it's only 20 movements. So it's a vehicle every 3 minutes or so. So it's not enough to trigger a full assessment of those junctions, and we wouldn't be seeking any further clarification in that respect.
Thank you for that. Councillor Colley, do you have any further follow-up or questions? No. Okay, if I might ask a couple of questions, I think related to that. So Matthew, maybe don't disappear. Bailey Care, are you looking to come in on the same points, or? Yep. Do you mind if I ask a couple of questions first? I'm happy to ask questions first. I suppose it comes back to something that Matthew had said earlier on about seeking further restrictions before there was conversation between the applicants and transport planning in relation to vehicle movements at specific times. I wonder if you could give me a bit more about that, and if I could tee up perhaps Kevin or whomever to perhaps give us an idea of any conditions we may consider on the road network that's within our control where this is concerned, on those movements and potential restrictions to that. So Matthew, I don't know if you want to go first, kind of expanding on the point you made earlier on.
Yes, so that's fine. I'll just go through it in detail. I've got the email here where we sort of agreed it. So originally there was obviously discussions around, I think it was perhaps the applicant themselves that suggested restricting operation during school times, and as such we'd originally gone in with looking for a formal agreement. However, it was highlighted the concerns around the difficulty of operation of the site and the operation of such a restriction, and who would police it as well. It's one of these things that's I guess difficult for our officers to enforce. So it was agreed that we'd go down the rate of a sort of a travel plan arrangement, and these would be agreed with the council and would be regularly reviewed. So I'll just go through the list here. So they'd stated that a safe road environment is part of Wholesom's health and safety policy, based on driver training, use of modern vehicles with in-vehicle monitoring and safeguarding, which have scanners for pedestrians and cyclists with driver alerts. They also stated that the drivers will have an induction regarding safety, vehicle speeds, routing and vulnerable user training with regular updates and CPD for staff. Induction of drivers entering the Wholesome site and must attend a site-specific induction to understand the local safety protocols. Standard record keeping of vehicles in and out, over the weighbridge, and then also liaison with the local school around road safety and regular contact with the quarry manager with any issues logged and actioned immediately. And that would be a travel plan that was reviewed annually in liaison with us at Transport Planning.
Okay, thanks for that. Kevin?
Thank you. I think I'd draw your attention to the North Lanarkshire decision paper, condition 17 on page 82. Thanks, Richard. It essentially sets out what Matthew's said there. The process to this date has been that whilst transport information has been submitted to Falkirk Council for consideration, that's not been in the assessment of the current application for Cowdenhill. It's been for the purposes of feeding back to North Lanarkshire through consultation in respect of things like conditions and so on. So that's the process that we've gone through, and that's why you see condition 17 in there at the moment, requiring a transport management plan to be submitted. My mind is drawn to the circular tests for planning conditions and what ultimately represents a competent planning condition. We need to be careful that any condition is fairly and reasonably linked to the development proposed. And what concerns me here is that there's discussion around transportation impacts associated with Tom Fine Quarry, which isn't before Falkirk Council today. What's before Falkirk Council today is the restoration of Cowdenhill and the access road improvement, of which will not generate much in the way of traffic movement. So I'm not certain that a condition to any further conditions attempting to restrict traffic movements would be competent, and could ultimately be challenged and dismissed by ministers.
So just a clarification then, and because condition 8 within the report suggests any mud, slurry or spillages deposited on the public highway as a result of quarry or restoration operations shall be removed by the operator to the satisfaction of the planning authority. So given that's what you've said there, how would that work, that we wouldn't be able to, or it wouldn't be considered fair and reasonable to add in a condition on that point, given that condition 8 specifically states quarry or restoration?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate the distinction you're drawing there. I would perhaps suggest that should be worded as to the restoration rather than the quarry and restoration in that sense. Some of these conditions are reflected in Tom Fine's decision as well. So I think in that sense, it's Belt and Braces approach that we've applied here, but I appreciate the distinction.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. It's regarding Mr Henderson's suggestion about a gramping condition. We've had them before and it completely stifles the application until everything's done. So before it was described as an onerous condition, because if it's, and I understand the reasons behind colleagues mentioned about the congested Newt, but if we go with that completely stops any work done on the road, any restoration at all. And personally, I don't think that's right, if that's the way that the road will go down. So my question is, Mr Henderson, would that stop any restoration at all?
Thank you, Convener and Bailey Kerr. The wording would be development would not commence, so it wouldn't be possible to develop any aspect of the application until that was available. What is possible under a condition of these sorts is that it can apply to phases of an application or phases of a development. So I don't know if there are phases. It could perhaps be phrased that no development in terms of X defined phase of the application can be commenced until the licence from Nature Scots for great crested newts has been obtained by the applicants. I suppose it comes back to it's one item, it's the licence that's to be obtained and the reasonableness of none of the application being able to proceed until that's available. But perhaps that's a question of planning officers. Is there effectively a stop on development in any event until that licence is available?
Evan.
Yes, so condition 2 requires the applicant to give us a timescale for the restoration of Cowdenhill and the proposed period of vegetation establishment. So the exact phasing arrangements for exactly when each will fall into sequence hasn't been finalised yet. That said, I'm conscious that we could word the condition to say something along the lines of no development shall commence within the Cowdenhill Quarry void restoration phase, or something along those lines, until the licence and arrangement, because that's a separate area. So I think that may meet the tests, but I refer to Ian on that, I think.
Mr. Henderson?
I think if you were defining the phase accurately enough, then that's something that the committee could consider. Thanks, Kevin.
Billy Kerr, do you have any follow-up?
I have no follow-on to that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions from members? Bailey Buchanan, did you have your hand up there? So.
Thank you very much, Convener, for your time. I would just like to reiterate again to the presentation being done at the moment by our officer and who brought the report out as Kevin Brown, because you highlighted once again that we were straying away for the application that we were really dealing with when we spoke about the issues for North Lanarkshire on the road network. And I'd just like to thank him for that, because it keeps us on the straight and narrow, because it's been quite uncomfortable, I think, for members to try and deal with the issue and without getting involved in the issue of the application that's already been granted by Tom Fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, just to go back on the issue that we were discussing in terms of the potential condition that might be put forward if we were minded to grant and go with those recommendations but add something. One of the things which was said during the deputation was the kind of opinion about the primacy of, for example, the issue of biodiversity in general, habitat restoration, great crested newts being part of that, versus the other material considerations that are in the report, and the opinion of the proposed developer would have been that we couldn't necessarily put that as a material reason of significant weight. And I wanted to ask officers in terms of where the significance and weight of the overall, in terms of the application, they would advise, whether we could include that as a significant issue in terms of our deliberations or not, basically.
Officers are just considering that at the moment. Kevin.
Councillor Murtagh, I'm not 100% sure I'm following the train of thought with the question. Sorry, is there a way you could rephrase it potentially?
I suppose we're weighing up against what officers' recommendations are and your advised conditions within that. If we are to consider any other course of action, which would include adding a condition to those, which would be an amendment to your recommendations, in terms of us putting in a condition about, for example, we've said, no work in a particular phase could happen until Nature Scot gave a licence and those conditions were fulfilled. What sort of weight could, in your opinion, does that issue lend to the overall balance of the application is what I'm asking. Would it be completely unreasonable to give that significant material weight in our assessment of the application overall? That's what I'm asking.
Kevin, before you come in, I think the question is important and legitimate. I think what we shouldn't stray into is hypotheticals. I think if there's a specific condition that you're considering or thinking about, I don't think it's fair or reasonable to ask officers to deliberate on something that's hypothetical at the moment when we're dealing with specific conditions. So if you've got a specific condition, I think I would be more inclined to allow that to be brought forward for officers to answer on that. Until that time, I don't see how committee could consider what weight to give that.
I suppose what I'm thinking, I mean, I've kind of broadly outlined as what what Mr. Henderson's kind of said it would be a potential condition, but what Mr. Henderson also said was that conditions can also be appealed basically if they're seen to be unreasonable or gratuitous or not enforceable. For example, enforceability, as I understand it, is also part of whether we can consider putting a condition in, whether it is enforceable or not. So I'm just trying to work out before we get to the formulation of a motion, whether it is reasonable or not in the officer's view that those are of material weight in the overall application that we can put them in. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, I think I think as I've said earlier, that our report to committee still stands irrespective of the discussions that we've heard today so far. We don't necessarily feel it's needed as officers to double up and include a Grampian condition of this nature. That said, it's up to members of the committee to place as much weight on various aspects of this as they choose, as they see fit, as the decision makers ultimately on this application. You're right, every condition that's applied is open to challenge. I think on this point, it's clear that Great Crested Newts and biodiversity in general is a material consideration in the assessment of this application. So I think there's a tie back there in terms of the conditions' legitimacy. It's just whether it's necessary or not. That's the question that I have in my mind. That's also a test for conditions, but obviously members can choose to put a bit of weight on that if they wish.
Richard, I don't know if you were looking to come in there, sir.
I think Mr. Brown covered it really well. It was just to reinforce the point. As Kevin said, that's for members to decide what weight they want to give. I think as officers, we're comfortable with the conditions as they are, particularly condition 2 and the restoration plan elements to that in terms of the species protection plan. It gives us a lot of comfort as officers that we've had a response from Nature Scot, the Scottish Government's agency, and Wildlife, who said, the ecological surveys are plans and measures remain sufficient. They continue to advise the proposed protected species licensing approach is acceptable. That gives a lot of comfort, and obviously, as Mr. Brown said earlier, there is a legal aspect to this. They have to do this anyway, regardless of whether committee want to go down some sort of Grampian condition or not. It is the law. They have to seek permission from Nature Scot to get licenses to meet their conditions to translocate these newts in due process. So it feels additional, potentially unnecessary, and maybe problematic in terms of the circular that we all have to act under and possibly under challenge. But it is an option, and Mr. Henderson gave that option, and we're here trying to give our best advice to committee. But just to bear that in mind regarding the core function of Nature Scot, the applicant has to do this anyway in terms of seeking these licenses and getting these licenses, and if they don't get them, they won't be able to do it. I think that's something to bear in mind.
Thank you. Any other questions from members? No. Okay, so after nearly an hour of questions, we move into the deliberations. Bailey Kerr.
Convener, it's been a long discussion. A lot of good points. A lot of good answers. And as you know, every application is different, and we need to be satisfied that we are happy enough with what we hear from officers, objectors, applicants, and other members of the committee. And I'm happy enough to propose the recommendations of officers. I think the biodiversity and ecological aspect is covered in the second phrase, and I'm more than happy to support the application.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. I'm not, in a similar vein to the convener, I'm not going to ask for a seconder straight away. However, if through the deliberations and remarks of other members a seconder comes forward, I'm happy to accept that. But I know that officers have a note of your proposed motion, Bailey Kerr. I think, echoing your comments, I don't think anybody watching this meeting or the previous meeting where this was discussed, the committee can be accused of not giving everything due consideration. I think we have considered it significantly. I think there's been a significant amount of information that's come forward to members, of which some of it is quite technical, and not being of sufficient expertise in those technical aspects, has been a lot of challenging reading here for members. This is a very complicated application to consider. Bailey Buchanan.
Convener, first of all, could I thank you very much, because as you say, it's been very complicated, very complex, so much information coming in, and I think you've, I'll say this right away, I think you've handled the meeting exceptionally well. And I would just at this stage, I would like to, if it's okay with you, I would second the motion moved by Bailey Kerr to agree the recommendations contained within the report, and to thank everybody very much for their competence. Thank you.
Thanks, Bailey Buchanan, both for seconding the motion and for your kind remarks there. I suppose my consideration on this is within the conditions, and whether there are any other members who wish to include any further conditions here based on the discussion and deliberations that have gone forward. Personally, I'm given the answers that Mr. Brown, I received from Mr. Brown and other officers earlier on, I'm not seeing anything that I can consider would be reasonable to put in there based on the transport aspects. And I could see the purpose of adding in a condition in relation to the relocation and the licenses to be granted by Nature Scot. But I'm at odds with my own brain here as to whether or not that would be considered reasonable given the plans that are already in place. And as Mr. Broadley articulated earlier, the applicant already has to do this. So, Councillor Colley.
Yes, and I think I mean there's obviously it's I think for all of us it's very, very difficult to look at two different one application which has nothing to do with this, but lots of information that's referred to within the reports, and looking at the different types of enforcement and support across and planning obligations across both authorities. So it's not been an easy task, and I think on both meetings, I think the information that we've received both from the applicant and the objectors has been really helpful, and I think has some has reassured and some has perhaps placed a bit of a worry. And I think the answer around the consideration of the upcoming development and that had been included and considered within the transport assessment that was reassuring from officers. I think on the point around, I think there does seem to be a difference in information in terms of biodiversity, and particularly that question around protected species. And I think certainly from my perspective, I would have greater comfort whether there is a need for a licence or not, that the conditions were specific around that working licence from Nature Scot, and that work on the restoration part couldn't start until that was available and agreed. And I think that I would have greater comfort with that. I accept that the applicant would be well within their rights, and it is always within their rights to appeal that. But from my perspective, it would give me greater comfort if that was there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Colley. I don't know if officers want to respond to that or whether we move to Councillor Murtagh and Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. It was just to clarify, would your condition that you were referring to be the, as we called it, the Grampian negative suspensive condition?
That's how
that development would not commence until the applicants have been granted a licence for the translocation of great crested newts from Nature Scot.
Yes.
Is that? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That. I know I said a lot, but that was kind of what the main part of it was about.
Thank you. My colleagues next to me have just nudged me and said, would that be limited to the phase within Cowden Hill Quarry or just the full application?
I think it probably makes more sense to be within the Cowden Hill Quarry, because that is the area within which the population is contained.
Sorry, just to clarify that, so you think it would be appropriately applied?
That was a yes.
It would be appropriate applied to the phase that affects the quarry. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, similarly to Councillor Colley, I think it is, I would feel more comfortable on that score if that Grampian condition was included. But as you have said, Convener, that test about whether it is reasonable or not to include it, I do feel it is important to have listened in detail to what officers have said there, and I do have some unease on that. I think it would, if it was possible to be really clear about the phase and the Cowden Hill restoration, then that might improve that. But I'd want to be assured that that was a reasonable condition to put in. I suppose overall this has been an absolutely horrid application. I'll be completely admit that. I think if I had any control to request from officers that we can never have cross-boundary applications in future, that would obviously not be possible, but I would be my preference, because I think a lot of what has been put forward today relates to an application of which we have absolutely no say in, and therefore it's very difficult to segregate opinions on that, but we have to, and we can only make decisions on what's in our gift to do so. So I would be supportive of Councillor Colley's position if the rest of the committee would consider it, but I do realise it's not as straightforward as what we would like.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I think the best we can hope for at the moment is better cross-council collaboration, and without straying too far into intra-council collaboration. I think that's. I'll leave it at that. I think Councillor Forrest.
Thank you, Convener. At the last meeting, I would probably have said no. But given the depth of information given to us today, I have changed my mind. And I would like to thank everyone across the board who's contributed to this, because it has been a very, very difficult thing to come before us. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Forrest. Provost Bissett.
Thanks very much, Convener. like Councillor Forrest, I would like to thank everybody for the contributions they've made today. There's been an awful lot of detailed information, drilled down on specific subjects, got the answers. So I'm quite content to agree the officer's recommendations without any conditions. Thank you. Additional conditions.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Devine.
Well, this has been a steep learning curve today, to say the least. You know, I read the papers at great length, and I watched the previous committee as you were going through it the last time. I've listened to everybody here today. I do have some real concerns, but again, because it is cross boundaries, I think a lot of it's so intertwined. It's very difficult to, you know, pull that apart because it is so interlinked. I would agree with Councillor Murtagh. If we never had another one of these again, I'd be greatly appreciated. But I'm content, wouldn't say happy, but I'm content to go with the officer's recommendations.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Devine, for that. And yep, steep learning curve, but for your first meeting, it's, you know, it's better to throw everybody in at the deep end than not. Absolutely. Okay, I suppose the question that we have now is we have a motion which has been moved by Bailey Kerr and seconded by Bailey Buchanan to grant officers to go with officers' recommendations and grant the application as per the report. We have a proposal put forward by Councillor Colley, which has been articulated by other members that they would be content to add in a condition, a granting condition. So the question would be is whether or not the mover and seconder of the motion are content to add that in, and if not, whether or not there is an alternative amendment coming forward. Would that be correct, Mr. Henderson?
That is correct, convener. So at this stage, as you say, Bailey's, Kerr and Buchanan can be asked whether they're agreeable to including the Grampian condition, which I could maybe seek to clarify by reading again. And if there is an alternate view to that, then it is available to another member to propose perhaps substantially a similar decision, but without the additional condition. So I think I'll just read out again what I had noted by way of a proposed Grampian condition, and I'll let my planning colleagues come in if they think this isn't appropriately worded. But no development shall commence on the Cowden Hill Quarry Void phase of the development until the applicant has been granted a licence by Nature Scot for the translocation of great crested newts. I'm seeing some nodding, which is slightly reassuring. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson, and to planning officers. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, convener. And I appreciate Councillor Colley and Councillor Murtagh's opinions. However, like yourself, I don't think that we need to add that condition in because of the assurance that Mr. Broadley and Mr. Brown is given that this is a legal requirement for them to get the licence before they start. So I'm content with the advice from Mr. Broadley and Mr. Brown. So I'm quite happy to keep just the recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Bailey Kerr. Bailey Buchanan, Bailey.
Yes, indeed. I would just like to reiterate what Bailey Kerr has said, that it's not a situation where they're going to have to, they can run away for this. They'll need the licence anyway. And I think the provost summed it up when he spoke was he was minded to grant the recommendation contained within the report with no additional. And I'm quite happy with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey Buchanan. Given that, would any other members like to come in and propose anything else where that's concerned? No, it doesn't look like it. No.
I'm not quite sure how that sits. I probably need
Okay.
some advice.
Okay, ask out. I mean, I can go to Mr. Henderson to clarify the position.
Yes.
Thank you, Convener. Where matters sit is that we have a motion by Bailey Kerr, seconded by Bailey Buchanan, and that is to agree grant in accordance with the officer recommendations as they are in the report. And as matters sit, we have no amendment. So the question that's just been put to the committee is there general agreement on the motion by Bailey Kerr, seconded by Bailey Buchanan?
Right, so
Thank
so would this be a point where I would note dissent, because I do feel that addition is important.
Mr. Henderson can clarify.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, well, you can note your dissent, but perhaps limit that to the lack of inclusion of the particular condition, or indeed you could make an amendment to the motion to say effectively the same thing, but there will be the addition of that particular condition.
I think I know the opinion of most of us in the committee, but I think I would like to put that forward as an amendment then.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that amendment?
No.
I will
Councillor
second
Morton.
it. I will second it.
Okay. So we have a motion moved and seconded, sorry, and an amendment moved and seconded. So I'll pass to Mr. Henderson to give us a position as to where we are.
Thank you, Convener. So we have a motion by Bailey Kerr, seconded by Bailey Buchanan, and that is to grant permission in accordance with the officer recommendations. We then now have an amendment by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Murtagh, which is also to move grant of the application in accordance with officer recommendations, but with the addition of the Grampian condition that I read out earlier in relation to obtaining a licence for the translocation of great crested newts, and that would be required before the Cowden Hill Quarry Void phase of the development could be commenced. So on the basis of a roll call vote, Councillor Anslow is absent. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Bailey Buchanan. Bailey Buchanan.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Colley.
Amendment.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn is absent. Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly has recused himself. Bailey Kerr.
The motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
The amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
The motion.
And Councillor Spears is absent from the meeting at this point. So 1, 2, 3. We have 6 votes for the motion, 2 for the amendment, and the motion is duly carried. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Thank you to members for what has been a very interesting session of the Planning Committee. Thank you all for being so kind to me again, being in the chair. But yeah, with that, we will close the meeting. I thank everybody for their attendance today, including the deputations who have on more than one occasion now come along and given us a significant amount of their time. No doubt significant amount of their time personally has been taken up in preparation for coming here. It is not lost on this committee to anybody who comes here as a deputy. It is not lost on this committee the amount of time and work that goes into coming here and the amount of the amount of effort it takes to come up and sit in front of us. At times it can be intimidating. I know myself, it can be intimidating at any point in time when we're speaking in these meetings. So thank you all for your attendance and for your effort. With that, we close the meeting. Safe journeys, everyone. Thank you.
Big thanks to the chair.